welcome back to the Open Source Summit in beautiful Vancouver. We're here today with Javier Perez, who's from Perforce, and we're talking about open source software curation and how people are actually using software these days. Javier, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Mike. Great to be here.
I think there was an era of open source that you could equate to maybe free love in the 60s. Everybody was kind of downloading whatever they needed or wanted, and you know, there are some risks that go with that particular lifestyle, and we're now encountering all that stuff. Are you seeing people kind of being more careful about what open source packages they're using, where they're getting it from, and what drives them to kind of have that level of maturity?
Well, there's a lot more awareness on open source security, and that's for sure, and that keeps growing. And now here at Open Source Summit, we are hearing more and more about that awareness, that making sure that you are protected, that you do your security scans. The reality is that we have so much open source out there that when you start using a library, you don't know what it's behind all those dependencies and all those other libraries. So you just download a package, and you are assuming that everything else it's working, doesn't have bugs, doesn't have security vulnerabilities. So the awareness and having more knowledge about open source security has improved. I also see this trend of more disclosure of vulnerabilities, which is a good thing. People might say, well, now we have a lot more vulnerabilities than ever before. Well, that's because we're disclosing more, right? Because software always had bugs, always had issues. So that's a positive trend. But now the challenge for everyone, especially organizations, is to keep up with the updates, the patches, the fixes. The other thing that I always tell people is, remember that most of the vulnerabilities, I'm talking about open source, most, and I will say 95, 98, 99%, already have a fix, right? Because they were disclosed, the smart way to do it is you disclose it with the fix, right? So you just have to keep up with the updates, with the patches, right? Happened with Log4j, was mentioned several times yesterday here at a couple of other sessions, and the fix was done in a couple of days, right? But the challenge was to make sure that you identify all the applications that have that specific library, and then go and patch or fix all that. Yeah.
So why don't we keep up with the releases? I mean, it seems to me I talk to folks and they're 4 or 5 releases behind, or they never update it ever because they're afraid something's going to break. What's the issue?
Well, first of all, when was the last time you updated your apps on your phone? Right?
Last time I turned it on and off, it seemed to automatically do it.
So the thing with open source software, it's well, first of all, applications, right? There are many applications out there in the industry that were done once, and then they're legacy, and they just work, right? And then people come and go, and then the person that knew that code, it's gone, and no one wants to touch the app. So adding the risk of updating, upgrading when you are not familiar with the app, that's a challenge, right? And we work with our customers all the time when they say, look, we recommend you to go. I mean, you're already several major release versions behind. It's time to do it. Oh, no, I mean, that's going to be a project. And I mean, AngularJS went end of life at the end of 2021, so it's been a year and a half. The last survey that we did, the State of Open Source report, about 15% of the respondents said, we still have AngularJS, and it's end of life. No updates, nothing. Operating systems, more challenging, right? Linux distributions, CentOS. CentOS version 6 and version 8 are end of life now. CentOS 7 is coming end of life next year. It's not that easy to go and deploy and upgrade all your Linux deployment distributions out there, right? So it's challenging, and that's the reality, right? It's not that easy. You need the resources, you need to test, you need to make sure that everything is properly tested. The lower the layers, the more you have to test on the layers of, right? All the way to your application. So it's challenging, right?
My dependencies have dependencies, right?
Yeah.
Do we need to be more careful about what open source we're using and kind of think it through in terms of not just what the functionality is, but just how supportable is this thing for the long term?
Absolutely, and there are some great initiatives. I hear a lot about that at this event. They talk about SBOMs, the software bill of materials. Just keep up with what you have, making sure that you are up to date. Keep up with the upgrades. Another point from our State of Open Source report was that, right? We asked, what are the major challenges supporting open source software in your organization? And number one was like keeping up with updates and releases. Number two was kind of getting the experience, right? The skills and the proficiency, right? I was just looking at here, and was mentioning one of the keynotes about the latest Linux Foundation jobs report. I think it's renamed now. It's the tech report, and still, there's a lack of expertise, right? It's a great time. I always say it's a great time to be an engineer. It's a great time to know about all these open source technologies, because there are plenty of opportunities out there, and that's a challenge, right? So, going back to my previous comment, I see a lot more awareness, but yes, there is a challenge. You have to keep an eye on your open source. And then some of the more mature organizations, mature in the use of open source software, they are moving in the direction of open source program offices, OSPOs, basically create governance around everything related to open source, and that goes a long way to help them with security concerns and functionality, performance, and other things.
Unfortunately, it seems like most organizations, we're still early on SBOM, so nobody seems to know what's running where and when and what version. Mm-hmm. So does that just make the whole security equation a nightmare? Because when there is a 0-day vulnerability, nobody knows where anything is.
Yeah, well, I have actually an optimistic point of view here, and I think we're improving a lot. I think all those initiatives around generating SBOMs have grown, right? You don't have to have an open source program office to just generate an SBOM, or demand from your vendors, even outside open source, demand from your vendors to issue an SBOM. And when there's an issue, at least you have an inventory where to go back and say, well, I happen to have an issue on this and this and these other applications. I think things are improving. I think some of the things that we saw in organizations like creating a security office and having the role of a chief information security officer, I think and the open source, we're moving in that direction as well, getting more organized, more strategic about the use of open source. And they're very tied together with security, right? So not only on just developing code in the open, but also on the security side.
You guys will curate open source packages on behalf of organizations. Who makes that decision? Because it seems like the developers tend to just go find the raw bit somewhere and download it and away they go. So who kind of wakes up one morning and says, we need to have a more curated approach to what open source software we're using? Yeah,
I mean, curating, it's an interesting approach, right? It gives you peace of mind bringing software from a trusted source, right? That's what it is, right? A bit of an insurance policy. It's saying, well, this is a trusted source. Is it 100% guarantee that it's going to be, without bugs, without vulnerabilities? Well, no, but you want to have a trusted source. Now, there are others that will challenge that and say, hey, open source is moving so fast. You are not going to keep up with a curated list, right? If you ask your developers just to use libraries from that specific repository, you're going to slow them down, right? And those are the balances that organizations have to go. We not necessarily do a specific curation, but we have a couple of offerings where we extend the long-term support, meaning after the open source community's end of life the project, we go and address high severity vulnerabilities with patches that we'll do on AngularJS and CentOS.
Are we just flat out going too fast, and maybe we should slow down in the name of safety and security?
Someone told me, no, we don't roll back, we roll forward. I mean, I love this. I mean, for anyone that is advocate and passionate about open source, I love the fact that we move fast, and I would love to move even faster, right? I mean, we see so many things going on the AI space, and all are built with open source. Like the building blocks are open source. The models might be proprietary, but the tooling is all open source. I think it's great, and I think that organizations that are very strategic about the use of open source, they become the experts on those projects, and they can go even faster, right? And then they can contribute back, and everyone benefits from that.
Now, the maintainers of these open source packages, I mean, not everything is Linux, right? Sometimes it's just two guys hanging out. What is how do we incentivize those folks to actually go and create a patch when there's an issue or go address some problem, because they're not getting paid and they have lives and things they need to do that don't involve, your new vulnerability discovered in some software that they never asked you to use in the first place.
Yeah, no, I mean that's one of the main challenges in the open source space, and in conference like this we talked about those things. The recent initiatives by the Open Source Software Security Foundation, OpenSSF, with some of the top major tech organizations. They have 10 streams of initiatives. One of them, or actually a couple of them, are about looking at those, like the top 10,000 open source projects, and look at their security best practices, having funding, and say, well, how can we fund, how can we pay some of the maintainers? I think we are in a different era in open source where it's sponsored by organizations, right? And it doesn't have to be the major tech organizations that we all know. Now it's banks, and it's financial industries, and what you consider hardware vendors. They are sponsoring and adding resources to some of these communities, because they know that these maintainers, especially the ones that maintain some of the critical open source that are dependencies for not hundreds but sometimes thousands of other projects. Something happens there's a big issue, right? So I think there's as an industry-wide, there's a recognition of that issue, and perhaps slowly, but we're looking into doing more sponsorships. I mean, I've been in my role, I've been trying to go and let's say, well, how can we sponsor some of the communities, some of the foundations? We work with OSI, we work with Alma Linux Foundation, we work with Rocky Linux Foundation, we work with multiple ones.
So should organizations take an inventory of the open source software they're using and then determine that maybe that's where they should get involved and kind of either contribute something financially or some code or even documentation? I mean, is there a responsibility here?
Yeah, and first of all, it's not a one-time thing. They have to run that inventory all the time, right? And that's the generation of software bill of materials. And those are the companies that we're calling that they become more mature in the use of open source. When they do that, what you just said, basically, all right, well, let's see what's critical here. And if our business depends on this software, and this software depends on these 2 or 5 or 10 open source projects, why don't we sponsor, help with that? And by the way, why don't we have our engineers becoming experts and contributors on those technologies, right? The challenge of having the skills and the proficiency on the technologies, well, you address that if you are part of those communities. So we see many of the companies moving in that direction, and hopefully in next year's survey we can see a lot more open source program offices and a lot more initiatives like that.
What is the role of the government in all of this? I mean, a former president once said the 9 most dangerous words in the English language are, hello, I'm from the government and I'm here to help.
Yeah. No, well, I mean, there's a whole set of initiatives, at least in the US, well, actually in the European Union as well, and in the UK, where government is stepping in, right? And especially around security. And I forgot who, but I'm going to quote someone. I forgot now who to quote, but they said, look, when you can't regulate yourself, government is going to go and regulate for you, right? And we see those initiatives. The most recent cybersecurity strategy. This is the most recent Open Source Security Act, which hasn't passed as a law yet, but they have initiatives. A lot of that it's about forcing government agencies to generate surveyable materials, to have security, documented the security processes, their security posture, even actually on the cybersecurity strategy, even for the first time, saying, well, as a vendor, you are liable if something happens around security. So you better make sure that you have all your processes and you make sure that what you deliver, it's secure. There's another initiative. I just wrote a blog post about that. That's why I have it a little bit fresh about medical devices. There's also guidance from the FDA now to say you have to have security controls. You have to run your software materials for anything that you produce that goes into a medical device, right? How critical is a medical device?
Is in effect the entire open source community now embracing some form of DevSecOps as a result? I mean, it seems like we're doing this at a profound level of scale, but if you peel it back, each project is the same thing every enterprise is doing.
Absolutely, and by the way, because all the open source or many open source projects are automating their processes, right? They're applying DevOps and continuous integrations, continuous delivery. They are delivering more often, which goes back to the challenge that we were talking about, right? Keeping up with all those releases and all those updates. But yeah, and another challenge there is communities they cannot support older versions, right? Because they're moving so fast that they say, well, I cannot go back that far back, 2-3 years, because I need the resource. I need to focus on the latest thing. So those are some of the interesting challenges that we see in the communities, just like in organizations.
Do we need something that feels like an open source security SWAT team that will drop in anytime there's an issue, and there's somebody I can call when a crisis comes in?
Well, that's part of the open source program offices, working together with the security offices within organizations. And then as an industry, some of these initiatives that are driven by the OpenSSF, Open Source Security Foundation, are about also helping with some of the framework, some of the documentation, some of the training. So there are a number of initiatives actually in that direction, and hopefully they take off and there's more adoption. The key here is more adoption.
So what's your advice to the average organization? Should I set up like an open source program office, or should I get the cybersecurity people involved? What's the thought process here?
My recommendation is, you don't have to set a formal open source program office, right? But you have to have some governance. And you can start small with 1 or 2 people working on it. Start small, but have some governance on the use of open source, right? Start defining some internal policies about what are you going to use, how you're going to use it. Open source is distributed by nature, right? We have contributors from all over the world. But in organizations, it's good to have a central management or governance of all of that. So that's my advice. You can start small. Identify the open source technologies that are critical to you, and go and find the support, find the help, or learn the skills, train your employees to be familiar with those critical technologies. I mean, for example, web infrastructure. Right? If something happens with any of the software in the web infrastructure, then your websites or your applications, nothing works. Right? So you have to pay attention to things like that, yeah.
All right. Hey folks, you heard it here. If you're consuming massive amounts of open source software and you're not giving anything back, just remember, gluttony is one of the 7 deadly sins. Javier, thanks for being on the show.
Thank you.
And we'll be back in a minute. Welcome back to the Open Source Summit. We're here with Gab Columbro from the Linux Foundation. We're talking about open source in the financial services sector in particular. There's a whole group dedicated to that particular venue, as they say. I guess, is it Fidelity now that just joined the group?
That was the news from today.
All right, so explain to us what the group does and why do we need a group specifically for the financial services sector? Is this kind of like a double secret handshake group, or what's the deal?
Well, we started Finos actually about 7 years ago now. I was selected as the executive director then. We were not part of the Linux Foundation. And you know, when we started, it was primarily driven by the goal of improving the talent pool in an industry that certainly over the last 20 years has seen a lot of the major talent move to big tech, move to the West Coast. You know, historically Wall Street was a very sought after, and still is to an extent, but developers nowadays, especially in the new generations, want to be able to continue foster their own personal profile as they work for an organization, and open source gives a great way to do so. And so we started 6 years ago. It started with talent. It started with cost reduction, kind of the usual sort of benefits that we all know in the open source community. Open source can bring to a corporate. Over the years, we realized that as a vertical foundation, we are bound to deliver business value throughout the whole value chain of financial service. So if you think about it, most open source foundations are horizontal, are focused around a piece of technology that then gets, applied to different verticals. We actually kind of start the other way around. We start from business problems that are very specific to financial services, and we've helped this industry realize that not all they do is effectively a competitive differentiator. Actually, like in most other industries, and we've seen the innovation that open source has brought over the last 20 years, I would argue that 70–80% is non-differentiating. And so really we've helped over the last few years improving the interoperability of this industry, growing the talent pool, and also providing a much more sort of transparent way for historically very competitive and very conservative industries to collaborate in the open, which is way more effective when you think about that this, like many other industries, is undergoing the digital transformation. I mean, I don't love that word, but the reality is that open source is as much as cloud the pillar of any industry that is digitalizing.
And it takes a while for those guys to come around and trust something. I mean, you've been at this for now
7 years.
7 years, and Fidelity is just getting on board.
Yes.
So are there other organizations that you're trying to recruit for this? I mean, what do they look like, and what makes them hesitant?
It's interesting because it is really due to our vertical nature that we are seeing the foundation really expanding across the value chain, almost in a way follow the money. We started with our sort of key sponsorship and membership base coming from the largest investment banks in the world. So our 12 platinum members were really, the Goldman Sachs, the JP Morgan, Morgan Stanley, Citi, Deutsche Bank, globally the largest investment banks. And now we are seeing more and more if you follow, for example, the trade life cycle and who they collaborate and they transact with, we're starting now to see a lot of buy-side firms. So your typical asset managers, portfolio managers. Last year we added, Point72, which is a quant, high-frequency trading organization. Wellington now sits on our board, and so Fidelity is a major addition for us because, kind of going back to the previous comment on delivering business value, now we can use open source to really interconnect different parts of the industry. We have, the sell side, the buy side. Earlier in the year, we announced Discover, and that's our second card processor beyond Amex. So think about really following the whole life cycle of a trade on one hand, and of course, increasingly we are looking at payments, commercial banking, and sort of the broader financial services. So when you think about which are the firms that we are continuing to engage, we continue to see a lot of growth potential on the buy side. They have a lot to gain to really better interoperate with their providers. We are seeing more and more technology companies that, of course, are major providers to this industry, and this is certainly a very sought-after industry in terms of better matching the needs of a regulated and pretty unique industry. So Google joined us last year. We have the likes of not just commercial open source vendors, but really a lot of fintechs that are coming to the table. So I expect that in the next 1 or 2 years, we'll see pretty much all the cloud service providers joining as all of these folks are going through the cloud journey, and more, hopefully, I think fintech as the fintech open source foundation should be sort of the next big area for us of development.
Right. And fintech is red hot, and there's a lot of startup companies in that space, but you also seem to be saying anybody who provides infrastructure that enables these applications can join as well.
Absolutely. Cloud compliance, even from a regulatory standpoint, there's been in Europe and in the United States major calls from the Department of Treasury, from the SEC, to regulate how these banks go to cloud, to prevent cloud concentration risks. I mean, these are systemically important organizations. And of course, as we all know, this year has been a pretty complicated year for the sector. But what I'm really pleased to see is that instead of pulling back from open source, they are doubling down. In times of higher sort of market pressure, you are actually seeing these firms, again, doubling down on the understanding that open source can make them more efficient, more lean, more access to broader talent that over the last 10, 20 years has been sort of relegated to the West Coast, if that makes sense. So it's a very, very exciting time for Finas.
Is there a correlation between any kind of downturn and their interest in open source? Do they kind of look at that and go, yeah, we need to save some bucks here?
I think you are onto something. That we had last year the fastest growth in terms of members. We added 18 members last year, some really, really cool logos. Jim likes to say, our executive director, that open source is counter-cyclical, because effectively, to your point, when there is more pressure for efficiency, as long as there is enough understanding and maturity of what open source can bring to the table, firms tend to increase their investment. We've had in Q1 our highest growth of contributors on record. We added 20% quarter on quarter. We added about 70% year on year. So this level of open collaboration in financial services, as much as 10 years ago it sounded like an oxymoron, is here to stay.
Do the people who are in this vertical, a lot of them compete with each other, so how do you establish that level of trust? Because a lot of them are like, I don't want to be sitting at the table, I don't want to be seen with that other guy.
It's a really, really good question. So I think there's multiple layers here. The first layer is the baseline of policies that the Linux Foundation provides. As you can imagine, not only these firms are very competitive, but they are also highly regulated. And so even to sit at the table with a competitor or a customer, they need to have, from their compliance department, very strong assurances that we have the right antitrust, conflict of interest, and any other really policy that would raise any eyebrows. And of course, the Linux Foundation has now over 20 years of experiences in refining how competitors can collaborate. So that part, it was hard at the beginning, but when we joined the Linux Foundation in 2020, it became much more, established and understood. The second level is cultural. As you say, these folks not only are very competitive, but they're also very risk averse in general. And so, what I realized over the last years is that, of course, if you think about sort of the stakeholders that we engage with, at developer level, we got their mind share. Developers be developers. They want to collaborate with other developers. They want to solve problems that are bigger than what they can do within their firewall. So, they want to be in a way liberated to be able to develop in the open like very much any other industry allow their developers to do. Increasingly in the last 3-4 years, we've had the mindshare of C-levels. Many of my folks in the board are CTOs or CIOs. Whether they understand at the very level of detail what open source brings to the table, that is a process, of course. But they do understand that open source has delivered basically every piece of innovation in the last 20 years, and so they understand the need of jumping onto this bandwagon, let's say. The complex part is what I refer to as the frozen middle. This is a pretty large organization, pretty hierarchical, and of course, they are generally incentivized to be risk averse, to not take risks, to continue executing, without getting in trouble. And so, I would say that over the last few years, we were able to, going back to that connection to business value, through our strategic initiatives, being able to prove the value through quick wins, and then bigger wins, and then, disruptive wins, like, open source disrupts and creates markets and commoditized competitors. So I think we are at the cusp of a pretty strong acceleration where even sort of the middle layers are starting to really understand what open source collaboration can bring to their day-by-day and to their individual careers, to be honest.
Do you think that they're also finding it's easier to recruit developers if they have an open source profile or a commitment there? Because after all, developers, they want to hang with the cool kids, right?
Absolutely. And I would say on 2 levels. One, of course, they love to have their logo on our webpage, but that is just the beginning, Certainly being open source forward and, one of our strategic initiatives is really helping them to be what we call open source ready, have a process, have technology, have policies to allow not only consumption in a safe and compliant way, but also contribution, provision their developers to be able to collaborate and contribute to open source projects from their very laptop. Until a few years ago, they would have to take their personal laptop, go home and do it, from their office or garage.
On the quiet.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
That is definitely one area where, especially with the new generations that are, I would say, open source native, they really understand how not just the logo, but a substantial engagement in open source is fundamental for talent. The second bit is really from a technology perspective, meaning many of these organizations have built their own technology forever, including in the lower layers of the stack. Many of these organizations have their own Java virtual machine. They have their own Linux distribution. They have their own programming languages. And I won't name names, but many of these organizations are understanding that, why continue to build on a proprietary language where, for example, there is a Python ecosystem that, every day gets thousands, hundreds of thousands of contributors and people building modules that actually will accelerate your business. And so I think again, the process is irreversible at this point. They are really understanding that talent is going to come through open source.
And the dozen people that created the original proprietary platform are now retired on a beach somewhere, right?
Exactly,
So
exactly. Cross-pollination is really, we're seeing more and more execs and developers coming from the West Coast, and that is certainly also reducing some barriers.
There's a lot of discussion about who's contributing to open source and who's not. Do you think that the financial services companies contribute more because they are organized in a group and they are kind of more cognizant of the issues, and so they are more likely to help out with a patch or do something for a project or a maintainer?
Yeah, I mean, look, I won't paint just a happy picture here. There's much more work and much more penetration that open source can have in financial services. And it's really about, the maturity of the specific company. But what I've seen over the last 2 years is that, especially as we joined the Linux Foundation and we brought all these very senior individuals and sort of very highly relevant financial services organizations, what I've seen is not just an increase in contributions into Finos projects, therefore almost self-serving, solving their own industry problems better, but we have seen an increased investment in upstream. For example, OpenSSF, I think it's a prime example. Firms like Citi, JP Morgan, Fidelity, Goldman Sachs, they all have invested and actively lead groups into OpenSSF. After all, open source security and sustainability is, a global problem and everyone has a role to play. And honestly, financial institutions are one of, probably only second to governments are the ones that, stand to lose the most from things like Log4Shell. So I would say, to your point, yes, I think we are seeing, I wouldn't say that financial institutions are already open source leaders outside of Finos, where of course they are the main contributors right now. But we are seeing, again, almost like a metamorphosis where some of these organizations are becoming much more akin to tech companies, and as that happens, you're going to see more and more contribution from these organizations.
Do you think we'll see other vertical industries follow suit? I mean, can there be others in healthcare or wherever else? Well, there's plenty of other segments, right?
Absolutely, and shameless plug here, as you know, I also run Linux Foundation Europe, and one of the early findings in the last 7 months since we launched is really that vertical industries collaboration is a very high potential, especially in Europe, where of course there's not as much big tech, if you want, as here on the West Coast. But there are already other verticals in the Linux Foundation, and I expect many more to be a major driver of growth for Europe and hopefully globally. For example, LF Energy. It's a big Europe-strong foundation in the LF, really collaborating, bringing together, again, pretty conservative, generally state-owned power providers. We had a Linux Foundation healthcare, LF public healthcare effort, which was born, in the wake of COVID, trying to build, COVID apps, and again, mutualize and understand that this is, a bigger problem than any of the organizations could solve. So I see a lot of potential, definitely much more in healthcare. Again, very regulated industry. I argue that it's going to take even longer than financial services for these folks, just in terms of the technology gap where they are. But I see a major potential for more vertical type collaborations. Again, primarily in Europe, that's where I'm biased, but I think on a global basis, like Finos.
All right, folks, you heard it here. When it comes to open source, we have nothing to fear but fear itself. Hey, Gab, thanks for being on the show.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me.
All right, and we'll be back in a minute. Welcome back to the Open Source Summit here in Vancouver. We're here with the folks who are working on LF Energy. We've got Dan.
Hello.
Hello. We've got
Christophe Villemer.
Christophe is from Savoir-Faire Linux. And finally, we have Ati from Shell. And we're going to have a conversation about what is going on with open source and energy. So Dan, what is the mission of this group? Why does it exist? I don't think a lot of people know it even was formed.
Yeah, so Linux Foundation Energy, or LF Energy, started about 5 years ago because we realized at the Linux Foundation, as well as the power sector more generally, that there is a huge challenge that's being faced with digitalization that is necessary to achieve decarbonization of power systems. Your traditional power systems are very top-down, where utility generates power, transmits it over a high-voltage grid, distributes it over a low-voltage grid, and then that goes to your home and business. In the future, with distributed energy resources like solar and wind, you're not just going to have a centralized power plant, you're going to have a million different power plants, and they're going both ways, and it's spread out all over the place. It creates huge complexity. And so that requires a complete redesign of our existing power systems from the ground up. We argue that open source is the way to do that. And so that's why we've partnered with power utilities in different countries, as well as power generators like Shell, traditional vendors to the power industry like General Electric, as well as technology companies like Microsoft and Google, in addition to startups and other vendors like Savoir-Faire Linux, plus researchers and government. And so we're all working together to build open source solutions for a brand new tech stack for energy systems.
So why did Shell decide to join this? What was in it for Shell? What motivated? It's a huge conglomerate.
Yeah, so like Dan said, energy transition is happening in different places at different speeds, and it's very difficult. The top three sectors that are working on it are energy, mining, and metal industries, hard to abate sectors. So energy is one of the top industries that has to work on it. The motivation behind joining Linux Foundation Energy is to address the challenge that energy decarbonization is not going to be possible with our old ways of collaboration. You need to work with customers and suppliers a lot more closer than what we have done. You also need a technology interoperability where all our partners, customers, suppliers, energy traders come together and work with ease, co-create solutions with the frictionless flow of data and ideas. And that's possible only with unusual methods of collaboration, and open source is one such.
All right. I get why she's here, but you're a tech vendor. What motivated you to join this?
Yeah, it's because we are in open source for more than 20 years, and we think that we can bring our expertise of how to build open source projects to help these traditional IT or OT actors like utilities and vendors to transition themselves into that new business model. So we began to work 3 years ago when we joined the LF Energy to work with RTE, which is the TSO of France, so the transporter of system energetic in France, to work on a project and to help actually the project to be an open source project. So that's our expertise, and we give that to the LF Energy.
So what projects are you working on? What do they look like? How many of them are there?
We've got about 24 right now. So, for instance, Christophe is very involved with the CPath project that's changing your traditional analog power substations to digital. But we have other things like our Everest project, which is building reference architectures and frameworks for EV charging, so that you have standards and different different EVs work with different chargers, ensuring interoperability. Energy forecasting, our OpenStaff project forecasts net load on the grid, which is very, very difficult to track with distributed energy resources. And so we're solving those sorts of problems. We're not there. There's a lot more that we need to do. We need more developers. We need more projects. We need more members of industry joining in and buying into this. It requires an entire redesign of business models for utilities, business models for vendors to utilities. So we're trying to do as much of the tech stack as we can in an open and collaborative way to solve these challenges.
Are there specific goals that you have in mind, or is this kind of just an ongoing series of initiatives, or are there things that you're looking at as benchmarks or metrics that you're trying to hit along the way? Frankly, I have no idea how much carbon is generated by a power plant, but I imagine there's a lot. And is there a goal to kind of reduce that by a certain amount of time? What are you guys thinking?
Yeah, so we have our own strategy for net zero carbon future. But coming to what we are doing via open source, we clearly have metrics. For instance, technology interoperability is one. We want to definitely work across the industry sector, that is energy sector, and also beyond energy sector. And one of our key metrics is how much of interoperability we achieve by open sourcing our tools via Linux Foundation Energy. So last year we open sourced a tool called Real-Time Data Ingestion Platform. As you know, data is the heart of any digital initiative. Having data is one thing, but the key enabler for digital transformation, which drives energy transition, is only when the data is easily accessible, it's good quality, and also having uniformity in the structure, etc. So that's what this real-time data ingestion platform is about. It's for any time series data. It's a time series data management capabilities. It can be used for monitoring production. It can be used for tracking water usage. It can be used for hydrogen plants. It can be used for carbon capture and sequestration. And even for examples like solar farm and wind farm, forecasting is a very important thing to do to apply for existing or new renewable assets, and that's where this time series data ingestion capability is very important. So our metrics are really dependent on what we want to achieve, and it's currently the technology interoperability.
So you can't fix something if you can't measure it in the first place, right? That kind of is where it starts. What are you seeing from the IT folks in this sector? Because, to be honest, we write a lot of sloppy code, we don't turn our VMs off, we're not really good energy citizens in general. But in the energy sector, are there more challenges than other spaces? What are you seeing?
Yeah, there are huge challenges because it's traditional OT black box system that needs to evolve. If I'm speaking about the substation automation project I'm working on, we see that it's moving toward virtualization. A bit like, past years in the telco, there's been a huge move on virtualization. And because of the grids evolve, because of the grids that will integrate wind and solar electricity, substation will need flexibility, and virtualization will help that. So this project, the CPaaS project, is really a platform of virtualization that will, which is a revolution in the control command, and that will be old for managing control and secure application into the substation. So there is huge challenges on cybersecurity, on writing good code. So there is all this expertise on testing, on securing the industrialization of this project that we help on with General Electric, who are training on that solution, and RTE, which is developing with us this platform.
So it sounds like there's a lot of bare metal boxes that could be consolidated in a virtual machine.
Exactly.
Right. So what do you need to have happen next? Do you need more companies like Shell to join? Yes. Is that kind of what you're looking for?
Yeah, I think I kind of mentioned this is really a collaboration of the traditional vendors, the power industry itself, governments, academics, technology industry. We need more of all of the above. we need more of these utilities to buy into this. And they're starting to. They really have accepted that digitalization is the only way forward. But where they're still, I think, more on the fence is with open source specifically. And so that's why it's very important for the vendors to be supportive and contribute and work with us to make sure that we have the technologies that we need, and to Arthi's point, to make sure that they are interoperable. It's never going to work if this solar panel can't work with this grid, or can't, be connected to the same grid as this wind farm. Everything has to work together and talk to each other and produce data that we can ingest and analyze and utilize for forecasts and planning. So yes, all of the above. We need more government and regulatory involvement, frankly, as well. We need everywhere in the world. We do engage a lot with the EU Commission and the US Department of Energy. We've had some discussions with NR Canada, Natural Resources Canada, because they're the ones who, at the end of the day, are going to have to implement specific standards to help industry accept them.
So Shell spent a fair amount of money building some tool that you gave away. So how'd that conversation go? Did you have to explain it to somebody and say, yeah, we're going to give this away and it's a good idea and here's why? I mean, how did that evolve?
So it's a very good question that you asked. So energy transition is a team sport. It's a lot of collective success than individual success. So hence, it wasn't very difficult within Shell to explain why we are open sourcing this foundational capability called real-time data ingestion platform. Having said that, it was seen as one of the disruptive, movement at Shell, and also our collaborators really acknowledged that it's a true digital transformative initiative.
From a tech stack perspective, are we essentially trying to shrink the stack? I mean, you talked about virtualization earlier, but there's a lot of things that sit up on top of all of those devices, and is the goal to kind of just shrink the stack so it consumes less energy?
Yes, this is one way, but I mean, there is plenty of projects, because the challenges are huge, and there is a project in the end users consuming, on the home consuming, on the utilities. And I don't want to speak about the specific project, but there are plenty of projects that needs arm and hands and developers and investment from the company. So we invest a lot of our research and development in that project, but we need other company, big company like Shell, but small actors to come to join, because collaboration, it's about sharing and giving and receiving. So everybody needs to participate on that innovation, because we are not enough to achieve all the goals we have.
Yeah, and to add on to that, as much as we love getting new members at LF Energy, we, more than anything, want more contributors. You don't have to pay anything to go and help write code, fix bugs, create new projects. We're all in this together, and so we just want as many developers out there and as many organizations out there to get involved and to help us, create this stack and decarbonize our economy.
What do you want governments to do? You mentioned working with them, and it's a regulated industry. There's probably plenty of government oversight, and I'm sure there's conversations about that go back and forth all the time. But what do the governments around the world need to think about as it relates to this kind of project?
Our argument is that they need to understand that open source is the best way to do this. The governments already accept that they need to transform their power systems and that they need to digitalize and become more software defined. Where I think that there's still a lot of education that needs to be done is understanding why open source is the best way to do that. Eliminating vendor lock-in, going back to interoperability again, there are so many benefits. We would argue there are a lot of cybersecurity benefits to open source as well. So we just want them to understand that, and when they are implementing things like the Inflation Reduction Act in the United States or different legislation around the world, that they are making open source an option, if not a priority.
Do you guys see this as an opportunity to work on cybersecurity with some of the other energy companies? Because you are a primary target, as they say. So is this a moment in time where we can say, well, if we're working on all this other stuff, maybe we can talk about cybersecurity?
Yeah, indeed. Cybersecurity is one of the top priority in Shell. In the context of open source, we have not thought through that, honestly speaking. But yes, this is a very primary topic at Shell.
But we see a change in the cybersecurity in the utility. That's, before everybody was hiding the fact that they were attacked or whatever. But now it's not a question of if I will be attacked. Everybody will be attacked. It's a question of resilience. And we see that people and organization, even utilities, needs to share information about that. And that relates to open source, because sharing that data, sharing the threat will be the best way to combat them and to fight it.
Mm-hmm. Are you seeing the members working together on hardening the open source software as well? Because that's pretty critical in this industry.
It's a necessity. Because we are building software that will be under regulation, which sometimes needs to be certified. So it has to be hardening from the beginning. And we're working on that on the CPaaS project. We are running 2,000 tests on the platform to make sure that it's compliant to the national French security cybersecurity agency. So we work on that framework to make sure that the platform will be compliant to that.
Yeah, and I'll add that that's built into all of our projects at Linux Foundation Energy. As they advance through maturity stages, they do have to do heavy amounts of security testing. It's just a requirement, or they can't graduate. And we work very closely with the Open Source Security Foundation on setting those standards and running all of those tests.
It's arguable that kids have a greater appreciation for energy policy and carbonization and things like that. So are you looking to work with the colleges and the high schools to recruit people to help work on this project?
We have a lot of universities that are already involved, actually, from Stanford to Vanderbilt to RWTH Aachen in Germany, Monash in Australia. That is a key. A lot of this technology is coming out of universities as well. I see papers all the time from PhD students. I think you're exactly right. This next generation, it's going to impact them more than anyone. So of course they're going to be concerned and want to work in this field. Mm-hmm. So yes, we'll continue doing that. We're also looking at doing more, offering more training opportunities and courses and that sort of thing to make it easier for folks to onboard these technologies.
And
Yep.
sorry, no, but I want to enhance what Dan said, because it has been really a key asset for the young engineer and developers who joined the company recently, especially in Europe, in our office in Europe. That's the fact that we are part of the LF Energy, that they could work on such a project. That was a key factor for them to choose us against other companies.
Are you seeing the same thing at Shell, or people going, yeah, I never thought you guys would be working on something like this, and now they're going, yeah, I'll come work for Shell?
Yeah, so if you're talking about young talent and in the context of open source, we see a lot of attraction inside Shell. And Shell has got a fantastic community initiative called Shell.ai. I'm not sure if you've heard about it. It's a internal community of about 15,000 people, and we have done 40 hackathons all around the world. And we have a fantastic initiative called Shell.ai residency program, where we bring in very young talent from universities and other companies like Amazon, and also across global hubs of Shell, Netherlands, London, Bangalore and Houston. And we also collaborate with Udacity extensively for upskilling them. So put together all of this, I think we are in the right path of nurturing that young talent.
You have a lot of projects. What's coming up in the next year? What's going to be the progression of things? What should we look forward to?
Yeah, the most immediate thing is 3 weeks from today, we will be in Paris for LF Energy Summit, June 1st and 2nd. So that's a great opportunity to introduce our projects to a new audience, and also enable our community to get together in person for the first time since 2019 for obvious reasons. So we're really looking forward to that, and the collaboration that, as you know from being here, comes out of getting together in person. But beyond that, we're looking to onboard more members, particularly power utilities, so that they are starting using this type of technology as they move through their digital transformations. And frankly, we're just looking for more projects. There are so many gaps to fill in the tech stack for these power systems that we can't write code fast enough. So again, please contribute.
All right, folks, you heard it here. If you work with these folks, you get to go to Paris. It's a sweet deal. Folks, thanks for being on the show.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you so much.
All right, and we'll be back in a minute.
is Techstrong TV.
Hey guys, welcome back to the Open Source Summit. We're back in Dublin, Ireland, and we're talking with Thomas Steenbergen, who is head of the Open Source Program Office for EPAM Systems. They do a lot of work in digital transformation, engineering services, and just about anything else you probably need or want them to do. But we're going to talk a little bit about what does it take to get involved in open source, and it's become an issue because there's a lot of people talking about how there's tons of people consuming open source, but maybe not giving back to the community. And I don't think it's because their spirit isn't willing. I just don't think they have the mechanisms in place to do it. So from your perspective, What does it take to walk your way through all of the business and compliance issues that an organization needs to deal with to engage with the open source community? What are you seeing? What are people overlooking?
Yeah, so I said, like, I have been helping organizations managing their open source and getting better at open source for many years. And so yesterday I actually got exactly this question. So like, hi, I'm trying to convince my executives to start an OSPO, like to really start properly managing open source. They already did. So yeah, from the to-do group, and I'm on a steering committee member from the to-do group, we have a lot of materials out there which you can take as your base template to do convincing. But for me, what really helped, and as I said, I've been consulting other people on that, is we actually have tooling under the Linux Foundation called OSS Visual Toolkit, which can basically, you can run it over all the code repositories in your organization. And it will figure out exactly what open source is pulled in via the package managers. And so that's what I usually say, like, hey, if you really use the material from the to-do group to get the base convincer and the user standard, and LF also has a lot of other materials in that, but to hone it in to your leadership team is to show, like, look, actually we scanned all the code repositories already in our organization. We are using already all of this, and we actually have already a significant investment, usually on product side, already in open source. So, but we're just consumers. And what if we consume the wrong thing? This is people always misunderstand. There's some risk always with open source. There's basically the licensing risk, security risk that always come up. But there's also the risk, for instance, that the community decides, yeah, that open source library, there's something better out there, and they move on. And so you might have built a multi-million product on something, but because you're not fluent in the ins and outs of open source, you build it on the wrong open source. And this has happened. It happened in one of my previous employers. We built something nicely for machine learning, but unfortunately they chose the wrong library to build it on. So when it went to the customer was like, yeah, that's very nice, but can you make it work with this other open source project? Because they were not actively involved in these communities. So I always say, like, use the LF material, use the to-do group material to form your base material, and then see how you can make it relatable to your sector. You should always have your open source strategy be connected to your business strategy. So really see, like, where does open source add value? And then if you have that, value means money. And any executive will listen to money. Don't go in with the cost saving aspect so much, because we see the shift in so LF Research just published research on that. The aspect of cost savings of open source is going less and less with most companies. Really see more open source as a strategic tool for enterprise transformation. For instance, you can use it for innovation. You can use it to grow and maintain your top talent, your developers. You can use it for customer engagement. So it's really another conversation than just focusing on cost. You can use it for much more things, but you have to be smart about it. You have to know what you're doing, and for that, an open source program office, or short an OSPO, is the industry answer to basically manage your open source.
Didn't we just run into this with the Log4j issue? People discovered that, oh my God, this thing is being supported by a handful of people, and they're kind of busy, and this is not their full-time job. So when everybody was screaming for patches, they were like, we'll get there as soon and as best as we can, but it's, we're not getting paid for this. Yep. So did people wake up then and realize just how dependent they are on a lot of small projects? I mean, not everything is Linux, right, where there's a million people working on it and reviewing things.
Yeah. So again, as a response of basically Log4j, basically the Linux Foundation acted, and that's why we now have OpenSSF, which I'm also involved in. As I said, the bit in OpenSF that I work on, this initiative, is one of the 10 pillars. It's called SBOM Everywhere. So I have been a long-time contributor to SPDX, and I'm currently leading the SPDX security profile, where we're looking at how can you incorporate security information in an SBOM. So for the people that are not familiar with the SBOM, Software Bill of Materials, think of it as your ingredients list for your software. And so what you want with Log4j, it was not just your own software stack, but it was also the software that you were buying in. What you want ideally is you want to know for your own software and for the software that you're acquiring, you want to know what are the ingredients. And so if you know that, you can basically do checks and you can actually see, like, oh, actually Log4j is there. To be clear, like, SVOMs are not like the single solution, the silver bullet solution, but they should be part of the mix. The more you know about the open source that you're using, the better you can amend your risk strategy, how to deal with it. As everything in business, everything done, there's always rewards and risks. The same way with open source. It's a strategic tool that you can use. It has pros and it has cons. But as I said, if you work together, and what I always advocate in my way, I always run my open source program office the open source way. Because managing open source, you're dealing with, there's no like one manual that I can give you, and then it's like, look, oh, this is the silver print for an OSPO, and this is exactly that. Every organization is different, so every open source program office will be different. There are some common bits, and this is where, I said, we're working on the to-do group, and together now to help OSPOs. So I recently, together with Anna Jimenez she's the program manager from the to-do group, we now started a new initiative called Ospology Live. And what it is kind of a 2-day workshop, 1-day presentations, 1-day kind of unconference style that we're organizing in Europe. The first one is going to be at Ericsson in Sweden, but we already have conversations to have one at Alliander in the Netherlands, and in Germany we also have 2 partners. So the idea is basically locally in Europe, we're going to have these recurring workshops every 90 to 20 days in every country. That, because it's local, it's very approachable. Everybody can get a ticket to go to use it to their capital. And so it's approachable, it's low cost, but it's very in-depth. So we normally do this meeting under Chatham House rules. So you get this opportunity to just travel within your own country, but meet people that you would normally not be able to meet. So the idea is normally at this kind of conference, you get the managers, like me, I'm here now. What you want is you also get the engineers to the table, and you want the open source engineers from one OSPO talking to open source of another OSPO. And then you want to have them work together to tackle the problems together. So if I look, for instance, Ospology Live is for me, it's a continuation of a series we did in Germany under OpenChain, which is the ISO standards for open source compliance. And what we did is basically, German car manufacturers, they have the same problem. We had European legislation that says you need a software bill of material for your car. Just like you know what car parts are going to car, software isn't in principle another car part. So the collaboration started in Germany. And what happened, this was just initial collaboration on tools and processes. And then we started what is called the OpenChain Reference Group now. And then it started the European, I'm the European chapter of the to-do group. So you see that once you bring people together and they realize that basically the problems that they're facing on open source in their organization, some of them are unique, but a lot of them are not. Let's collaborate. So I said, in Europe you have, for instance, Finos, where you work together and the financial services work together. But for automotive side, there was not something. So then, again, OpenChain Automotive. And so really what people need to do, for me, is basically what I advise, and I advise a lot of my clients, basically, if you do open source, you as an OSPO, I do it the open source way. Be part of the community, contribute back. So when you advise your organization on open source topics, you are familiar with that, or if you don't know the answer, I don't know all the answers either. The open source is such a wide and complex field, but I do know that over the years, I've built up friends, literally from Tokyo, Japan, to Seattle in the US, and I know that I can pretty much get an answer on a lot of topics and get multiple perspectives within 10 to 15 minutes. So that shows again the power of open source. So I'm advocating use the power of open source to solve your organization's open source challenges, so you get the maximum benefits out of it.
Do you think a lot of organizations are also getting hung up on the licensing terms because not everything is the same? There is not one, say, master license that gets applied to every project. They all have slightly different variations, and that becomes part of the conversation as well.
Yeah, so that's what I typically see when organizations start managing open source. The first thing, it becomes a legal thing. And this is also, in the to-do group, we have a maturity model. The first one is really where you look at the legal aspects and the organization. And so what we have been doing, again, the same group. So it's Bosch, Porsche, Here Technologies, EPAM, and also BMW, working together to say, like, hang on, this is a common problem. instead of us basically all figuring this out ourselves, why don't we build a solution for it? We didn't like what we could get from the commercial vendors, so we said, like, let's build our own. So then we created a tool called OSS Review Toolkit that basically makes it easier, does high compliance in your CI/CD pipeline, but you can make it with multiple compliance levels. It's really, we originally started out as a license compliance tool, but now I think it more is like an open source policy automation tool. And the thing there for that is, it's a fully open source. And we're not only giving away the tool, we're also giving away the data. Remember, licensing, all the complexity, we're giving the data. My OSPO gives the data away. What we are doing during our clearance, we just open source it as well. And we're also giving you reference policies. So for a new OSPO to start out, instead of them getting hung up and trying everything out, where I want them to go eventually is basically, oh, hang on, I can just reuse what these other OSPOs have already built, and I can use it as my foundation, and then I can build on top of that, and then I can contribute back. And that makes, hopefully, the topic of compliance a less of a burden, and then they can really start focusing, okay, we now have this compliance somewhat tackled, now let's focus on contributing back. Let's focus on how we are a good citizen in the community and make things sustainable.
And those contributions back, I mean, there's a lot of obsession about contributing code and all that other stuff, and that's great. But those contributions can also be reviews of code, they can be documentation, they can be, heck, they can even be money, right? So the question is, do organizations understand that there's other ways to give back besides just having, people contribute code and working on a particular project? There's a big need here.
Yeah, so the fun thing, and you always see it, and there's a lot of people always asking, like, why are these big corporations not contributing back? A fun fact, a lot of them actually are, but they're just investing in different areas. So again, most large corporations that we work with, and that I've worked with over the years, they don't use like a few open source libraries. No, they use tens, if not hundreds of thousands. So the real question comes, okay, we have some money set aside for sponsoring, for giving back, or even engineering time. Where are we going to put it in? So the usual way, you can go use the foundation. You can use something like Tidelift that automatically donates. But for me, where I'm looking at and where I'm now working on the solution for the tooling that we develop is, how can I really look at my stack, get the information, since anyways, this is the funny thing, we're anyways analyzing the stack for license compliance, for security compliance. So we have all of this data already on what open source packages we're using. Now, how can we do the next step that we can look like, okay, which of those projects need funding and there is no standard for that yet. So Julia had from Cisco, she had a really nice talk on that this morning, on like how there's so many expectations from basically consumers of software towards the open source projects. But those are often misaligned. And wouldn't it be nice if we have some kind of standard where we could figure out, for what you use, do they want money? Do they want engineering power? Or as simply said, really funny, sometimes open source projects, they don't want any money. I have had as well. I'm an open source maintainer. If you give me money, I have to figure out, okay, how does this work with my taxes? I rather have in most cases that people contribute code, or the polite way is to say, the first thing that any company can do, just give a qualified thank you. Say like, we as company, we use this piece of open source. We're grateful for what these guys doing. It literally costs nothing, apart from maybe talking to your marketing team. Start there.
Or you may sponsor a meetup, right?
Oh, you have some meetups. So that's what we're now doing with Ospology Live. There's some companies, we have some inexperienced companies that are not familiar with open source coming up, and they say like, oh, we want to get started. And it's like, well, just give me a room for 40 people, and I will bring very experienced open source people and less experienced people together, and that's how you can learn. Again, it's as simple as just opening a door, reaching out to the right people, and us open source people, we're generally very, very friendly and open about collaborating.
Do you think we'll see a time when multiple companies will share a same open source office or program or something where they're going to collaborate together?
So that's actually already happening on the to-do, but it's a broad topic. So what is now what's happening, this may be really confusing because people are always like, oh, I'm getting a vendor, I get everything in a box. So the bigger picture, think of as the do group as the overall umbrella for open source management in their organization. But then if you look, for instance, to say a compliance program, there is the open chain community. This is the ISO standard, ISO 5230, where there's really an ISO standard for how should you set your compliance program. Then you have SPDX, your software bill of material, if you want to exchange between organizations or even within your organizations. Then we have Chaos if you want to look at like metrics, so community health, for instance, or other things. And it can also, it's sometimes weird, and then we have, again, FINOS for specifically if you're in the financial service industry, so this might look confusing, and that's where we as to do try to help as an act as a guide to basically say like, hey, yeah, it might sound a little bit confusing, there's all this good group, but that's the problem. The challenge, again, open source is very broad, but under LF, and now also with collaborations with the Eclipse Foundation and OSI, there is basically a framework being developed now where we kind of like, okay, you want to do this topic, here is the community to interact, we can make all the introductions. You want to do that topic, go there. And it's slowly coming together, making it easier to understand. But it's still, as I said, there's not one manual, one way to do open source. Every organization is different, and there's no silver bullet. But we as the community are very open and are willing to show you, oh, what is your challenge? If that's probably the community that's right for you.
One of the things we hear about is that there's a lot of work being done on SBOMs, and the question becomes, so I collect all this data, I put it in this document, and I give it to somebody, and then what happens? I mean, how does this thing evolve? How does that become actionable? It's nice to have a list of ingredients, but am I engaging back through the SBOM with the people who sent it to me in some way? I mean, what is the ultimate outcome of having all this?
Yeah, so the world of SBOMs is still developing, and a lot of people ask me like, hey, what are some real world applications of SBOMs? So they're already happening. So if I look, for instance, in the German automotive industry, they're working on this concept called FOSS portals. And the idea is basically there that now when they do reporting, so you have a supplier, a vendor providing software to a car manufacturer, now this can literally be still paper. Like literally paper and pen, most of the time, or Excel sheets. And they want to go to something machine readable. So they say like, hey, we're gonna adopt SPDX. But then you have an SPDX file, how do you get it to the car manufacturer? So then they say like, oh, we're gonna build a FOSS portal, which is kind of a REST API. And what it can do is the vendor can automatically upload to the FOSS portal. They already get automatically feedback back. Is it thumbs up? Is it thumbs down? So they can know early off if the software that they're developing is compliant with the contracts. And that, if you now look, and I said I have worked in this world, the open source like requirements, this can be as, this used to be, well, most companies still have it can go up to 20 pages. What you now see, due to the developments that are happening on the Linux Foundation, because we now have an ISO standard, Scania, for instance, made that paragraph, it's now like a simple paragraph. So it's much more simplified, and it just basically says, we want you to be open chain conformant, and we want you to provide us an SBOM in SPDX. Then in return, our tooling will tell you whether you're thumbs up or thumbs down. So you can, during the development of the software, already know, are we good to go, yes or no? Instead of the traditional way where the software usually gets developed, and then just for release, it just gets checked. And then usually there's like maybe a 1 week or 2 weeks remediation period, and then the vendors are all sweating like, oh, there's a problem, I have 1 week to fix it. Huge stress. So we're going to a more integrated, digitalized supply chain. This makes everything more efficient. And just that efficiency alone saves so many wasted hours. Of course, that is just, again, this is just phase one. The phase 2, there's so many other things that what we can do afterwards. So I already used SBOMs because again, I know already what is being used to optimize my engineering organization. I look at like, hey, these guys are all using the same open source project, but they're using a slightly different version. That means we have multiple compliance costs because we have to do license clearance, security clearance for all of these different versions, but then we have to also the reporting. What if we standardize this? What if we simplify our stack? What if we're smarter about? And that's basically where, most also start with compliance. And then I say like, yeah, but you also need to look at what caused it. If you're not smart in your consumption of open source, you have lots of compliance problems. How can you better at the consumption of open source? Well, you need to be part of the community. How can you be part of the community? Well, start contributing. So you see, it's always like, so you really need to work on all of those 4 things in the same time. And that proposes a lot of challenges, but that said, I said, form an OSPO is the best solution. Those people will be able to advise you how to do this, how to contribute back, how to do your compliance, and not just make this a legal topic, because compliance is much more than legal. It's a technical and business topic. There are always choices that need to be made.
All right, guys, you heard it here. This is how you create a virtuous cycle in the open source community so that your business can participate. Thomas, thanks for being on the show.
You're welcome.
All right. Guys, we'll be back again in a couple of minutes.
This is Techstrong TV.
All right, guys, we're back live at the Open Source Foundation Europe event in Dublin. We're here with Tim Serowitz, who's the Director of Training for all things open source, and in particular, quantum computing is our subject today. Tim, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me, Mike. Appreciate it.
What is the state of quantum computing right now? I mean, we see lots of advances, people talking about it all the time. No one's quite sure what the applications are, what code to write for it, and how it might actually play out. But give us a little update on where we are.
You know, it's a good question because there's so many people working on it, spending trillions of dollars now. And that, with a T, you add it all up, there's a lot of people that will talk about what's happened that may not have actually happened. Recently, a big company said, we've achieved quantum advantage, meaning we did something a supercomputer would take 10,000 years to do. Well, it turns out that what it does is an algorithm built for that quantum computer. So it's not realistic, it's not useful, and another research team did it in 200 hours. So what was years of where we've done it has now been undone. And that's the history of quantum computing. We've done something only to have somebody else say, not really. So where we are now is we can use a real quantum computer. We can entangle qubits. These are quantum particles. Making use of those entangled qubits, that's still what we're working on. A researcher just said they were up to 13 entangled qubits. And we would need hundreds, perhaps millions, to have a quantum computer in what people would call a quantum computer, a useful quantum computer. So we're at the cusp of it. My thought is we need to hit the point where the quantum computer can actually help us solve the other issues of quantum computers.
That kind of sounded like Dr. Heal Yourself.
To some extent, yes.
As a developer, how much do I need to go into the depths of that? Or am I just going to be presented with a bunch of APIs and SDKs some days that I just invoke and it happens to be done by a quantum computer on the other side, and I'll be like, well, that's nice, but I didn't know. Look, Ma, no hands.
Absolutely. That is the absolute goal. And there are teams working on it. Today, you can get involved with quantum computers and not have to know anything about quantum mechanics. You can just call a library. The issues are, whereas with transistors, we had a 20-year period where, hey, we have a vacuum tube, now we have a transistor, and then let's write a couple libraries and more libraries. That's all happening in parallel. And as many things, if you try changing 10 different layers simultaneously, every time you change one layer, well, then this layer has to change, and that's what's happening. Is so much is happening that, yes, you could go and be a physicist and work on the entanglement of these things. On the other hand, there's people who are writing libraries, and there's people who are writing languages so that you and I wouldn't have to know anything but just, if config this and do that, and it magically works. So all of it's happening simultaneously. As well, with the advancements of the cloud, there's even a further abstraction where I won't even know that my local machine made a call to a quantum computer. So your phone, for example, for quantum encryption, you don't need a quantum computer in your hand. It will just call to one, figure out the equation, bring it back to you. So all of the above is true simultaneously, sort of like quantum.
To your earlier point, are we not being innovative enough and exploratory enough? Because it seems like we're trying to prove that we can take existing workloads and run them faster on a quantum machine, when in reality we should be doing things we couldn't think about doing before that weren't possible, and we should expand our horizons a little bit.
And there are people who spend time doing that, thinking about it. And there's some great organizations that do that. To call out one that has been very helpful to me in my learning process is an organization called StrangeWorks, and they call themselves the Switzerland of quantum. They're not choosing any winners, they're just telling you how it works. And they spend time thinking about that. probably the best explanation of what quantum will be is imagine that you want to go someplace. So you can run some speed, you can take a car some speed, 60 miles an hour, a bullet train goes 300 miles an hour, and what quantum is using a space shuttle. That yes, it can go faster, but a bullet train doesn't leave the Earth. That rocket ship that got you there in no time at all, you can also go to the moon with. So it's going to be transformational, not just faster. Most people see it as faster. It is that, hopefully, but it's also different. The way that the information is actually gathered, again, without getting too deep into the quantum mechanics behind it, we'll be capable of doing things we don't understand yet. So, for example, there are some theorists who might be a little bit out there on the leading edge who say that where the answers are coming from, we'll ask a question of a quantum machine and we'll answer what we should have asked. Now, a finite machine can't do that. Like you say, what's 2 plus 2? You get 4 every time. And this would come back with the answer like, well, you're really trying to solve this problem. Here's the answer to what you should have asked me. And that's where quantum will probably be. That's going to be the change, is that it's going to be like a person. That when I say, what's the weather like? And they answer back, you won't need an umbrella today. Because that's what you really wanted to know, but you asked for one thing, you got the answer instead.
So is that going to be the ultimate manifestation of what we're looking for with artificial intelligence? Because the issue with AI is you kind of still need to know what questions to ask.
Absolutely.
And if I knew the question to ask in the first place, I probably could figure out where I was going to get the answer anyway.
I think there's a strong argument. I happen to believe this argument that we won't have great AI until we have quantum.
The security community is flipping out about quantum.
Yes.
The issue, as I understand it, is like the algorithms could be theoretically broken by a quantum machine, or soon will be, and then we need to replace all the algorithms with something that's quantum ready. Where are we on that journey? What's going on?
Well, you should worry, and this is something I spent a lot of time talking about, so anybody slows down near me, I jump on them.
Welcome back to the Open Source Summit. We're in Vancouver. It's beautiful and gorgeous, and we're talking about open source proxy software with Dave McAllister from Nginx. How you doing, Dave?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me on here and giving me a chance to talk about my passion of open source.
What is going on in this whole proxy software space? It seemed like for years everybody just kind of downloaded one and they were content, and now all of a sudden I turn around and there's multiple choices and people are arguing about this stuff.
Yeah, so the biggest change has been that we've now adopted the philosophy of microservices as an architecture. And so everybody has now got thousands of little apps making up their big apps for that. And that requires a new approach to this. You can't just do a proxy load balancing, you've also got to have API gateways in place. You've got to manage that traffic in such a way that makes it a very different and more complex beastie. When we started with proxy software back in the old days, Nginx 2002, 2004 timeframe, it was pretty much of, oh, the data came in, the data needs to go out. And now it's, the data came in, where did it go? And how do we get it back out? And so now we talk about ingress. So how do we get the data in, how do we get it back out? But a lot of it is really driven by the microservices architecture and the fact that applications are no longer one, but many.
So there are so many pieces to this now. There are the proxy software, the ingress controller, and all this other stuff. Is it getting too complex to manage?
Honestly, personal opinion somewhat, a little bit. There are solutions that require this complexity. But there are also solutions that should never touch this complexity where, very honestly, a simple app server, in our case, an open source project called Unit, just does everything you need to do, but without that over-level of complexity. It's one platform that has the ingress piece, the load balancing piece, the proxy piece all built in. And because of the nature of where Nginx is, open source is near and dear to our heart. And so we made that open source as well. So, but I can honestly tell you that I've seen microservice architectures that are in production that somebody should have been shot for even considering going to the levels of complexity that they've gone to.
We hear a lot about fit for purpose these days, and unfortunately it seems like
IT is a bit of like a fashion industry, right? It's what's ever hot at the moment, and people start building stuff regardless if it makes sense.
Absolutely, and unfortunately, that's going to continue. Part of that is the nature of developers. Developers like to do the next thing over here. How many developers have you ever talked to who like to say, oh, I really like fixing bugs, for instance. And so they tend to go to where the new things are. The interesting thing is that we're seeing an acceleration of that. So if you think about DevOps came out, the combination between development and operations, and it started 2008, the book came out about 2011 for this, and it slowly caught on. Kubernetes 1.0 was announced in July of 2015. And we went through 3 years of everybody having their own solution, and now Kubernetes owns the marketplace, and if you're not talking Kubernetes, you're not part of the conversation. So we're seeing an acceleration. We've seen it now with open telemetry and observability. That was 3 years, not 5 years. And I'm worried about what's happening with the artificial intelligence and large learning models that are coming into being, because that seems to be yet another acceleration point. So are we fragmenting? Honestly, yeah, we're probably fragmenting a little bit. And getting back to some basic roots would really pay dividends for a lot of our developer space.
We hear that service meshes are part of the solution, but I don't know, are they, or where do they fit?
Yeah, as you pointed out early on, yeah, it depends. Sometimes service meshes make a lot of sense, and I spent and have spent a lot of time in this observability and monitoring space. Service meshes give you that for free. And so you can now automatically see what your application transactions are doing and how they're going through. But again, unless you've got a lot of moving parts, it's another level of complexity. It's abstracted away, but to quote a famous computer scientist I know, abstraction makes life easier, but not simpler. And so you can write it, but when you hand it off to the next person, will they understand it? And quite often when we look at service mesh, we look at Kubernetes, we get a lot of people going, oh, this is absolutely brilliant code, until somebody else has to touch it.
Mm-hmm. As I think about all this stuff, historically, we had the network underlay, and then there was some software-defined bits above that people were trying to manage. If I look at the current world, we're seeing the rise of application networking, which seems to be a mix of layers 4 through 7. Yep. I guess in New England they would use the term Mishigash. What is the relationship between these things and how do they evolve? Will the network people just manage the underlay now and application networking is the overlay, or what's changing?
There's the phrase software is eating the world. We're seeing that happen with things that were traditionally parts of networking. They are managing sort of layer 4 down. That still requires a sort of a physical layer infrastructure. Discussions earlier about whether you should wire your computer or just live on wireless can be complex. Fortunately for here, we've had pretty decent wireless, but I've been at shows where the wireless was not worthwhile. So keeping that physical infrastructure in place is one thing. The issue from layers 4 to 7 is that we've now started redefining what transmission qualities look like. We now are covering the video cast model. We're living on video cast right now here. We've also got to cover new emerging technologies like QUIC or HTTP3, which change that software level once again. So we can't hard code it. We can't burn it into ROMs anymore. We have to be able to adapt to it on the fly. When we get into the interplay of the application, it is its own network, and so it needs to be managed by itself. And that's where there's another level of complexity. The goal is, though, is to keep it isolated so that it doesn't impact the larger world picture. That's why Kubernetes is such a pain to work with in some ways, is how do you talk inside of Kubernetes is one of the nightmares of dealing with Kubernetes. You're talking to an internal network versus your external network.
So follow that example through. Let's say I had a pod in one Kubernetes cluster and I wanted it to talk to a pod in another cluster. How does that happen?
You should use Nginx. So fortunately there are these things that are called the Kubernetes ingress controllers. And so the Kubernetes ingress controller can see something coming in, know where it's coming from, even though the assignment may change. Elastic, ephemeral, things are there, things are moving around. But it understands where it talked to and where it came from. And so it can do that clean pass back and forth. And again, if your pod is coming out of one cluster to another cluster, the same direction change happens. You know, the controller knows where to talk to, and it knows what it's talking to, but it doesn't really care what that pathway looks like, except between controller to controller.
Who's managing all this stuff? Is it the developer? Or is it the networking team, the DevOps team? Who's in charge?
The new phrase these days, because we are in technology, is platform ops. Okay, so what used to be sort of the role of just keeping the machines alive or keeping the network alive is now all rolled into a body of knowledge, which is keeping the systems alive. And so platform ops, great name for something we've been doing for a long time for this, now combines that capability together. So if you're a major university and all your instructors and research guys are dependent on talking to the cloud, they don't want to talk to 3 different groups. They want to talk to one person who's going to solve their problems. And then they may need to escalate, but honestly, platform ops is handling that problem by combining the sysadmin as well as the DevOps side.
As part of that, therefore, is network operations becoming an extension of DevOps for all intents and purposes?
And the fact that it didn't from the beginning was a shock. Very honestly, when we talk about the role between developers and operations, networking has always been part of that. And one of the biggest headaches was always trying to get that functionality approved and managed. Back to something you said earlier, software-defined networking became a way of managing, or a way around having to build every single thing bespoke, if you will.
I'm not sure I get the problem. I mean, DevSec, Net, AI Ops just rolls off the tongue.
Yeah, and you just sort of crossed a boundary here. When we come to the web is one of our biggest security vectors. Anybody can connect to anything from anywhere. And so you see people who are building these applications and building these systems spend a lot now trying to protect that. What we did as firewalls is not enough anymore. And so we now have web app firewalls that are very specific to the application nature. And companies have to spend a lot of money making sure that they're not attack vectors inside of that. Likewise, open source plays a major role in how we protect ourselves coming into the application space. We're deep into that space because once again, we've had to evolve from a pure reverse proxy into that environment. Because unfortunately, the world requires us to do that now.
I'm not so sure that traditional networking and security people know how to spell open source, so are they getting used to this idea or what?
Your mileage may vary a lot across that. Interestingly enough, I've been doing open source since before it was called open source. I started with Linux 0.9.3 back in the day. If you're talking to a company that's had software roots, you likely have some indication of what open source is. If you're talking to a company with hardware roots, it's harder to find true open source capabilities and open source knowledge. What's known as sort of the open source way, how we approach working with people and how people work with each other, is somewhat foreign to a hardware concept because they are used to very slow change cycles. Open source, early and often, fix it on the fly, all those different things apply to us. They don't apply if you're building a big iron router someplace. That's also the advantage though, is because as we build more general purpose iron routers, we can change the software on them a lot easier rather than burning it into firmware.
Is application networking going to be limited to microservices and cloud native apps, or it seems to me these things need to talk to monoliths and they need to talk to serverless frameworks, or you could argue a monolith is a big microservice, right?
You can argue that a microservice monolith would exist. I personally use the definition of a microservice as a project that does as little as necessary. Not as small as possible, as small as necessary. And so if you have a big monolith that's serving you doing what's necessary, treat it as a service. But you're right, the concept is not limited to microservices because we've been going back into client-server models. They were network-based as well. They needed to know where to talk to and how to put those pieces together. And in some ways, that's where middleware came into being, to be able to communicate between those. And so we just simply have made this, again, we've abstracted certain things away. We've made life easier at one point, but not simpler. And so each step that you do this, otherwise we'd be back running on a DEC system 10 with terminals showing 40 rows and 80 columns across. Actually, there's a lot to be said for those days, by the way.
I remember PDP 11, not old. What is your sense of, as we go forward, it feels like to me at least that people are building these application networking stacks on top of Kubernetes without necessarily considering the fact that they need to talk to all these other services. So are we going to have to kind of go reinvent this whole wheel again? Because we're going to take a minute and say, hold on a minute. We agree that there's a thing called application networking. It just needs to be pervasive.
Yes, that's actually an interesting question. The need for Kubernetes is less than the demand for Kubernetes. And once you get inside of that cluster and model, as we've discussed, it's hard to talk outside that model. So we need to be able to have an approach that says, a hybrid model is the right space. If you look at this from the journey to cloud native that, quote, all the companies are under, you go from mainframe monolith to this lift and shift approach, put it all on the cloud, and then you start refactoring it and breaking it down. Honestly, most people don't need to go past refactoring at the most. Greenfields for microservices make perfect sense. Okay, I'm going to build this thing, I'm just going to grab all the little services I can find and stick them together. Right here. But if you're moving something, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. If you touch it, you will break it. And by the way, fixing it's going to be expensive. And so we need to be able to build solutions that provide the best capabilities of both sides. And that's sort of, again, how you get data in and out. We're in a data-driven world. So how you get data in and out to the right place at the right time is still the driving fundamental feature. Your question is actually spot on. We have too many people trying to build the next thing without remembering that we have a very long history that we have to provide.
What will be the relationship between the application networking folks, as represented by you, and the traditional networking companies, as represented by F5, who kind of acquired you guys? So, how should people think about how that interplay is going to evolve?
So again, you still need that infrastructure. You still need, application backing. You still need something to run the program on. And we still need to run our communications across something. And when we deal with those pieces, the hardware still plays a major role. What changes inside of that, though, is that, again, once we moved over that infrastructure, we need flexibility. We need to be able to have protection capabilities. And so that's why you're actually seeing most of these traditional networking hardware companies moving towards a more software approach. That's going to accelerate, very honestly.
All right, cool. What's your best advice to folks then? What should they be thinking about?
Honestly, it's twofold. When you are looking at moving into the cloud, when you're looking at moving into microservices, the first question is to stop and say, why are we doing this? And if you can't come up with a value-based answer, data-driven value-based answer, then your next question is, really, should I be doing this? If you're moving from a mainframe to be able to get off a mainframe, great. You can certainly do that in a cloud. Our original monoliths, clouds were all monoliths as well. If you're doing this for flexibility or speed of market, so forth, identify those pieces that you need to make those changes. Usually that's actually the user interface. It's not your back end. So that would be my biggest advice, is to stop and ask yourself, why am I doing this, and does it really provide value?
All right, folks, I think he said, puppies are cool, but you got to remember that you're going to own them for a very long time. So you're making a big commitment here.
Thank you for letting me come on and espouse my opinions. I really appreciate this.
All right, Dave, thanks for coming by.
Thanks.
All right, folks, we'll be back in a minute.
is Techstrong TV.
Hey guys, welcome back to the Open Source Summit. We're here in Dublin, Ireland. It's beautiful and it's gorgeous. And we have Nicole Popla who's with us, and she's in charge of safety for the Zephyr project. Zephyr is in charge of the real-time operating systems for embedded systems and edge computing platforms. And she's going to figure out ways to work with people to use that in use cases that require a high amount of safety. Nicole, welcome to the show.
Yeah, hi. Nice to be here.
Nice to meet you. So why does this need a special program? What's difficult about it? What's the challenges, and what are you trying to accomplish?
Oh yeah, there's a lot of challenges, and what let's say the base that we're trying to accomplish with, let's say, the safety section of the Zephyr project is to have this, neat little embedded operating system in safety-related applications, so that there's an operating system available in open source that is reliable enough and that you can trust and that has everything you need for the safety compliance approval of a complete system. So really, yeah, from base to application.
So these systems are really hardened in that they need to be, absolutely reliable. Will there be tests or certifications, or how will that kind of play out?
We're aiming for a safety certification in the end, which is a combination of having an audit and an assessment, and then providing from our side all these reliability information, which is tests. That's something that's already done in the Cepher project, but bring this into a format that safety certification really accepts this as proof of test, as proof of complete coverage. That's something that we are currently working on.
Now, the folks who build these types of applications already have some systems in place. What's in it for them to go with an open source? What's going to be the attraction? What will get them to stand up and go, ooh, I can't wait?
It's the main thing that you always have when you go open source. You are completely vendor neutral. You are avoiding locked-in mechanisms. You find an open community to interact with. You have a better chance to, let's say, to also work with the project to get feature requests or functionality requests to the project. You can get involved. It's open, so it's you're not so dependent as on, let's say, the standard operating system vendors.
And hopefully the total cost will be lower too, right?
I think so, but it's the total cost in the sense of how much do I pay for a license? You won't pay for a license, but you still have the efforts of integrating and of testing in your context. So I'm sure in the end, I think the business people would need to answer that, because that's more to the total cost of an operating system in your project than simply the cost for a license. In the end, I think for full or higher volume products, it for sure will be lower cost.
Anything involving safety tends to attract a lot of attention from governments. So are you going to help work with the government side of these things and say to these people, Zephyr's reliable, and work with the manufacturers, or will you leave that to the manufacturers and they'll take care of that, or how involved will you guys be?
So from the safety point of view, we're not involved with the government. So the government now is all governments are facing the security topics. So with the safety, I think it's more as a staple that's always there, that you expect a car to be safe, you expect a medical device to not kill the patient. You just expect safety to be there for the last 20, 30, 50 years. So you just expect it to be there. And the security is the one thing that's now popping up into all faces and saying, okay, we also want a security. We rely on the safety wherever it's coming from, and we want the security. So at the moment, the focus of the government is very strong on the security, which also affects the safety. So you can't really separate things, but let's say with government interaction, we leave this to the security guys at the moment.
All right. Do you think there'll be a lot of lawyers involved as we go forward? It seems like there's opportunities for all kinds of misunderstandings and litigation.
There are lawyers always involved with the safety. It's with product reliability, and one aim of following these safety certification or safety compliance programs is to show to lawyers to show when in the end you have a crash or something that will affect people negatively, and you have to prove that you did everything possible to avoid this. So that's more or less the aim of showing safety compliance, showing compliance with state-of-the-art methods, showing compliance with architectural schemes on how to provide a reliable and robust system. And that's lawyers are always involved with a sense of checking in the case something goes wrong, who is to blame. So it's more or less also avoiding the blame game Having really proof, you can always say, I have the best engineers, I have the best process, I have the best product, but you need to prove that. You need to prove that it's best also in the sense of reliability, of not killing people.
What do people underestimate about being in these use cases, and what is it that in your experience you've seen people kind of overlook and then get hung up on later that they should have worked on earlier?
I'd say from a technical perspective, it's always, okay, we need to have a safe product, and let's buy a bunch of safe components, plug them together, and have a safe product. And it's actually more to that. So it's always about the architecture of the complete system, so that the components, however expensive they have been or however great the certification results are, that they really fit together and that they fit the use case of your product. So that's when we go back to an operating system that is really as flexible, as configurable, and as reliable in the configurations as it can get.
Right. And we're talking about use cases that can involve personal health care or whatever, because it's a really small operating system and it can go into devices that might be in your ear like this one. And so it will have a lot of implications in terms of lifestyle that go beyond just whether or not it's secure from a hacking perspective. So if that's the case, should people start writing applications for this with those goals in mind? And if I'm a software developer, what should I be thinking about for the software that's going to sit on top of these devices? Do I need a safety review for that too? And what does it look like?
Yeah, sure. So what I said before, it's not just only plugging things together and getting certified components for it. It's also, does this fit together? So from the Zephyr perspective, we will provide information on how an application or how also the underlying hardware needs to look to work with the safety operating system. So on the one hand side, when you look about developers writing applications, follow or read the safety manual, follow also best practices for your own application. So make it as robust, make it as having no flaws with sense of you don't try to avoid vulnerabilities, try to avoid unspecified behavior. Make sure you really implement what you wanted to implement, that you think about a safe and sound product architecture, that you think about a safe and sound safety concept, that you say, okay, what can go wrong with my product and how do I want to avoid this? And then how can I detect the things that I want to avoid, and what do I do if I detect this? So really go from that, think about what can go wrong, how can I detect this, how can I avoid this, and what will I do if I detect this? And then, follow the procedures, follow sound engineering principles.
So is there a Zephyr safety manual, or is somebody writing that?
There will be. So it's an ongoing process. So we really started with setting up what we need and identifying safety claims and safety requirements, or let's say the safety functionality, the scope that the project will provide for a safety application. And that information will go into the safety manual, plus the information how to really integrate it, plus information how do I test that my application and Zephyr works together in a safe way.
Are you looking for volunteers to help with this? I mean, are you recruiting folks? Okay, so what ideally would you need from folks? Or what?
So at the moment, attendance in the safety committee is limited to members of the project, but you can always contact us with our Discord channel. There's a Zephyr product Discord channel. There's a safety channel inside that's open for everybody. If you want to get involved, contact us. We will find a way to integrate you to the project, hopefully. And we're always happy to cooperate and to talk to people who want to know about the current status, who have requests regarding safety, who have an actual use case that they're working on with, and they want to use Zephyr. So we depend a lot about interaction, and that's maybe also one of the nice things of open source. You can always contact us. We're open to requests, we're open to questions, we're open to collaborations.
All right, folks, a little bit of a reminder, safety first. Hey, thanks for being on the show.
Thank you.
And we'll be back in a few minutes.
is Techstrong TV.
Hey guys, welcome back to the Open Source Summit. We're here in Dublin, Ireland. It's beautiful and it's gorgeous. And we have Nicole Popla who's with us, and she's in charge of safety for the Zephyr project. Zephyr is in charge of the real-time operating systems for embedded systems and edge computing platforms. And she's going to figure out ways to work with people to use that in use cases that require a high amount of safety. Nicole, welcome to the show.
Yeah, hi. Nice to be here.
Nice to meet you. So why does this need a special program? What's difficult about it? What's the challenges, and what are you trying to accomplish?
Oh yeah, there's a lot of challenges, and what let's say the base that we're trying to accomplish with, let's say, the safety section of the Zephyr project is to have this, neat little embedded operating system in safety-related applications, so that there's an operating system available in open source that is reliable enough and that you can trust, and that has everything you need for the safety compliance approval of a complete system. So really, from base to application.
So these systems are really hardened in that they need to be, absolutely reliable. Will there be tests or certifications, or how will that kind of play out?
We're aiming for a safety certification in the end, which is a combination of having an audit and an assessment, and then providing from our side all these reliability information, as you said, tests. That's something that's already done in the Zephyr project, but bring this into a format that safety certification really accepts this as proof of test, as proof of complete coverage. That's something that we are currently working on.
Now, the folks who build these types of applications already have some systems in place. What's in it for them to go with an open source? What's going to be the attraction? What will get them to stand up and go, ooh, I can't wait?
It's the main thing that you always have when you go open source. You are completely vendor neutral. You are avoiding locked-in mechanisms. You find an open community to interact with. You have a better chance to, let's say, to also work with the project to get feature requests or functionality requests to the project. You can get involved. It's open, so it's you're not so dependent as on, let's say, the standard operating system vendors.
And hopefully the total cost will be lower too, right?
I think so, but it's the total cost in the sense of how much do I pay for a license? You won't pay for a license, but you still have the efforts of integrating and of testing in your context. So I'm sure in the end, I think the business people would need to answer that, because that's more to the total cost of an operating system in your project than simply the cost for a license. In the end, I think for full or higher volume products, it for sure will be lower cost.
Anything involving safety tends to attract a lot of attention from governments. So are you going to help work with the government side of these things and say to these people, Zephyr's reliable, and work with the manufacturers, or will you leave that to the manufacturers and they'll take care of that, or how involved will you guys be?
So from the safety point of view, we're not involved with the government. So the government now is, all governments are facing the security topics. So with the safety, I think it's more the staple that's always there, that you expect a car to be safe. You expect a medical device to not kill the patient. You just expect safety to be there for the last 20, 30, 50 years. So you just expect it to be there. And the security is the one thing that's now popping up into all faces and saying, okay, we also want a security. We rely on the safety wherever it's coming from, and we want the security. So at the moment, the focus of the government is very strong on the security, which also affects the safety. So you can't really separate things, but let's say with government interaction, we leave this to the security guys at the moment.
All right. Do you think there'll be a lot of lawyers involved as we go forward? It seems like there's opportunities for all kinds of misunderstandings and litigation.
There are lawyers always involved with the safety. It's with product reliability and one aim of following these safety certification or safety compliance programs is to show to lawyers, to show when in the end you have a crash or something that will affect people negatively, and you have to prove that you did everything possible to avoid this. So that's more or less the aim of showing safety compliance, showing compliance with state-of-the-art methods, showing compliance with architectural schemes and how to.
Welcome back to the Open Source Summit. We're here with John Jordan, who's the Executive Director for the Digital Trust Service for the province of British Columbia. John, how you doing?
It's great to be here. I'm doing really well, thanks.
Digital Trust Service kind of sounds like all-encompassing. It's maybe a license to play with anything you want to play with, but what exactly does the Digital Trust Service do?
So what we are working on is continuing to improve the safety and security of British Columbians' activities online. So the province cares deeply about people's safety and ability to do things in their personal lives and in their business lives. And we're building on 10 years of work where we have improved legislation and created trustworthy digital services for our residents. And so the program I'm working on is extending that by using open technologies and open standards to deliver these capabilities to citizens.
It sounds like a lot of cybersecurity work. Is that part of the mission, and how challenging is that these days?
Certainly, what we're most concerned with is improving the digital experience of citizens, but minimizing the risks such as phishing attacks, spam, identity theft, and surveillance. So the technologies and the capabilities working with the global community allows us to provide services and an app for citizens that creates peer-to-peer secure connections, confidential between those two parties, deliver authentic data across those connections, and to provide some privacy tools as well. We can talk more in detail about that.
Why is the province driving this conversation, or because in a lot of places around the world, it's kind of those are private services by different companies, but what does the province see as the mission?
Right, governments provide the foundation for a trustworthy economy. So in the physical world, we provide the services needed to provide identification for individuals, register legal entities, and regulate a wide variety of economic activity, of course, like the environment, economy, health, and so forth, resources. So this is really just extending into the digital world. Surely we have to move beyond taking pictures of driver's licenses and incorporation certificates and emailing them. That can't be the foundation of digital trust for the economy. So really, we look at this as just an upgrade, moving from paper to secure cards, and now to digital credentials and the ability to move them around safely.
We're at an open source conference, so what does open source play in this conversation that you guys are driving? Is everything built on open source, and what are you playing with?
Right, so some 5 years ago, 7 years ago, the province recognized that delivering technology projects was not as successful as we'd like. And we recognized that there was tools and capabilities in industry that allowed them to deliver value in incremental steps and repeatedly over time. And open source projects and tools were a big part of that capability. So by putting in place some new policies, some new procedures, going for a default by open, projects like mine have been able to create new technologies and collaborate with projects within the Linux Foundation, and all of the code that we've developed is in the open because, frankly, it's a public good. So why should we not allow others to benefit from the work that we're doing paid for by our residents?
Was that a hard sell to the province officials, or did they get it right away?
Luckily, there's colleagues of mine that are very smart and visionary, and they did the hard work of working with the lawyers and the policymakers to convince them that this was a good plan. It's definitely a challenge, but we think we're seeing the benefits now with over 1,400 repositories in GitHub, 200 teams that are developing software with contractors and with government employees, and delivering value for our residents.
How do you approach privacy? Because using your metaphor earlier, if I walk down the street somewhere, well, that's out in the public, so therefore I don't have much of an expectation of privacy. So wouldn't that be the same in a digital world, or is there certain different constructs at work?
Yeah, I mean, I think when we talk about privacy, that's sort of, I think of it as three pieces. One is I want the ability to, talk to another party, like my friend, my family, my doctor, a business, the government. I want to do that confidentially. And digitally right now, we have very little confidentiality because we always have a login service in between myself and the service that I'm using, and that login service knows that I connected to it, right? So the famous ones are, log in with Facebook or log in with Google. They then know all the services that you're using with that login. So confidential connections is one of the things that we have in the technology we're working with. Second is that data authentic? Do I know where it came from? Was it given to me? Can the other party verify it without contacting the source? So that's breaking the phone home connection. So that is another privacy aspect. And finally, privacy is really two parts. One is, can I minimize the data that I share? So we have technologies like selective disclosure and even fancier stuff called zero knowledge proofs. So I can prove I'm over 19 or over 21 for Americans without revealing my date of birth. But the other aspect of privacy is really a contractual agreement that the party that I'm sharing with agrees that they're not going to disclose what it is we talked about and the fact that we even talked. And so that's not a technology question, that's a policy question. So over time, I hope that the regulatory regimes will be such that that's recognized as important, and the data sharing that happens today will be minimized.
Are there certain technologies that play a bigger role in helping you kind of map that out, or are there projects that you're squarely focused on in that space that you wish more folks would help out with?
Yes, absolutely. It's a good question. The work that we've been doing from the software point of view has been primarily in the Hyperledger project, in a project called Hyperledger Aries. Hyperledger is known for blockchain, but Aries is actually blockchain agnostic, protocol agnostic, credential format agnostic. So it's a generalized software frameworks that allow you to create wallets for your phone and the issuing and verifying services for enterprise and cloud. There's a newly formed organization called the Open Wallet Foundation, and we think there's going to be some really interesting opportunities coming to, share and perhaps add code to that project, the things that we've been working on. And then recently, the Linux Foundation announced the Digital Trust Initiative, which is really right now identifying that there are a number of projects that deal with the broad idea of confidential, authentic, privacy-respecting conversations. And I think there's going to be a lot of interesting work going on there in the future as well.
There seems to be a lot of people playing around with digital wallets these days, and I scratch my head because I go, am I supposed to have one from Apple, one from Google, and maybe one from Citibank and everybody else? Or is there going to be more like, I have one wallet in my pocket right now and that's all I need?
That's also a great question. I'm not sure we know the answer to that. I think we use the term wallet, and it brings into mind, what you usually have in your pocket or your bag. But I think that term may become redefined, kind of like phone is redefined. So, what we carry around with us is this supercomputer in our pocket. We call it a phone, but it's clearly not a phone. I think wallets and wallet capabilities might be built into a variety of the apps we have on our phone. I sort of controversially say that phone equals wallet. I don't think we're going to have one app that contains it all. That's John's opinion, but we'll see what the future brings. And I think that businesses will want to have apps that are their brand because it provides them the opportunity to have a good customer experience. But I do think there will be important government-issued things that need to go into a wallet that governments can be confident that the privacy and safety and security of their citizens is in good hands and is not being, commercially exploited.
We saw the Linux Foundation kind of wrap a bunch of projects today together and call it the digital service. Sounds like they've been cribbing a little bit from you. Is the way we think about all those technologies needs to evolve, and because it seems like we're not really thinking about them in conjunction with each other, and we're kind of walking through this in isolation. And do we need to rethink our whole approach?
I think we're in the what we would call the period of ferment. So there's a lot of different protocols and potential standards and document formats that are attempting to tackle some of the problems we discussed around confidentiality, authenticity, and so forth. I think that's a great reason to get involved in open source projects, because the work we're doing, for example, we don't require people to choose and forever stick with a certain protocol or standard. If things evolve, we can add new modules and take out modules. So I think we will need to think a lot differently about how we use computing and provide services to people, back much more to the way things were in the physical world, where you actually, generally speaking, did enjoy a certain sense of privacy as you moved around and did things, because it wasn't all correlated by computers behind the scenes. And we can get back to sort of trustworthy peer-to-peer interactions. But I think it's not yet certain how that's all going to pan out.
I mean, all those creepy algorithms that seem to know exactly where I am at a given moment and show me whatever, it gets a little weird.
Yeah, we want to kind of undermine that from our point of view. I'm sure that's not comforting to commercial interests that are benefiting from that.
Are you hearing from other governments around the world that are looking at your projects and things you're doing, and are they kind of saying, hey, can we look over your shoulder?
Well, we are certainly collaborating with peer provinces here in Canada. A number of the provinces were collaborating at a code level and sharing user experience and policy changes and so forth. We also, through the Hyperledger projects, have had a bunch of different interactions with countries around the world: Switzerland, Finland, Bhutan, Israel, and of course the European Union is heavily working on digital wallets and digital identity. And again, that's where it's not yet certain where things will land from protocols and document formats, but we feel we're well positioned to adapt to change and would encourage others to look at the work that's happening in Aries and in the Open Wallet Foundation to make it better for their citizens and reduce costs, improve security.
I think you touched on this a little bit, but it almost sounds like we have a lot of projects that are related and need some cross-pollination, and maybe we also need to prevent ourselves from reinventing the same wheel over in these different projects. Is that kind of part of where this is headed?
I think that's part of the discussions that are starting to happen. And like I said, it's very normal in technology to have this period of ferment over time. And then at some point, based on some set of circumstances, whether it's regulations, whether it's the availability of technology, a variety of factors, things will settle. And we experience something called the dominant design. It's kind of what goes forward. So at some point there was 300-400 car manufacturers in the early 1900s, all competing for this new thing called an automobile. But eventually it became the four-wheeled, hard-bodied internal combustion engine that became the dominant design. And after that we moved to the big three. there was a big shakeout. So at some point, I think we'll experience this kind of phenomenon, because ultimately we have to talk the same protocols and languages, like not human languages, but the machines need to interact in a predictable way, and that has to be protocols, just like we have IP on the internet. We're going to need a trust over IP, I call it, way to do things that respects our privacy and empowers us.
As we go along here, do you think that one of the challenges seems to be is not enough people are involved? So how did you start out getting involved with the Linux Foundation in these projects? And are there things that people can do? I feel like some of these folks, they're kind of, well, that's kind of cool, but they're a little intimidated by the whole, how do I get going?
Well, first, we're motivated by the problems we discussed earlier. And we had this open by default kind of notion. And my personal background, back in the late 90s, I did my master's, and I studied open source software versus proprietary software, and looked at that as like I said, sort of the dominant design for software development, and it's come to be that open source is really a very powerful and popular way. If you want to get involved, I think it's like any open source project, it's a super welcoming community. You don't have to be a software developer. You can contribute to code, you can help others in your organization understand the importance of this. We have user experience people and different kinds of folks that are involved. And we're always happy to talk to people as well, as best we can, to help them understand what we're doing and why.
All right. Last question. You're a king for the day of open source everywhere. What's that one thing you'd kind of want to fix tomorrow?
Oh my goodness, I don't know how to answer that question. I guess from a government perspective, if I can take that sort of point of view, is I'd really encourage governments to make the policy and legal changes they need to be able to not just use open source, but contribute to open source and work in the open. We've been having great success in British Columbia, and it's nothing special here. We're a government like any other government in sort of, North America, Western Europe, and so forth. So, yeah, make the changes and get contributing.
All right, folks, you heard it here. Those wily Canadians are up to something interesting again. Maybe we should be looking a little harder at what they're doing and copy and paste.
Yeah.
John, thanks for being on the show.
Thank you for having me.
All right. And we'll be back in a minute. Hello and welcome back to the Open Source Summit in beautiful Vancouver. We're with Heather Atkinson, who's from the Linux Foundation, and we're talking about Climate OS. And no, it's not an operating system. Heather, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Great to be here, Mike.
So it's great to see you guys are doing some stuff around open source and climate, but why don't you walk us through exactly what that is? And because I don't think most people even think that open source has a role.
Absolutely. Yeah, so I work for the Open Source Climate Project, which is part of the Linux Foundation. And our goal really is to start to unblock the trillions of dollars of investment that need to flow into climate-aligned solutions. And one of the big blockers is that people, whether it's investment organizations or financial institutions, banks, as well as corporations, don't have the data and trustworthy data and transparent data they need, as well as the analytical tools to make the decisions to start shifting those investments. So what OS Climate is building is really kind of a transformational data mesh architecture, which is the underlying platform for what we're creating. And then on top of that, we're also building like key analytical tools to aid in that decision making. And the great thing about open source, right, is it's transparent and people can see, what was the math that was done and what models are being used so that they can have trust and more confidence in the decisions that they're making to start to shift those investments.
How will that process work? Am I going to instrument everything? Am I going to attach like some sort of agent software to collect all this data, or how does that kind of work?
Actually, we're using the latest and greatest data mesh architectures, and it was designed, Red Hat is one of our members, was designed by Vincent Caldera, who's the CTO at APEC, and he's put together this fantastic architecture that manages data as code. And the whole principle behind it is we're not collecting all the data, we're actually federating with the data. So if there are data sources from NASA or NOAA from like a climate perspective, we're going to have access to that and make that available to our users through something we call the data exchange, where people can come identify the climate models. Maybe you're looking at hazards or vulnerability for your assets in a particular area or region, and you'll be able to pull that data through the data exchange and then apply it, use our tools or use your own in-company tools to analyze the data and make good financial decisions, loans, investments, things like that.
It's no secret there's a lot of emotions attached to this whole topic, so is part of the goal here to take that out of the equation and maybe just have a conversation about here's what the data actually shows and we vetted the data?
Absolutely, and that's where the transparency really comes into play and where open source comes into play, because we want people to understand exactly how you got from A to B, and that data scientists can replicate one another's results. And there is no one model that's absolutely correct, right? But if you see a series of models and the trajectory is similar, right? For all of them, you can have higher confidence in the decisions that you're making, not only for your company, like I said, but for financial institutions as well.
What role do you think IT people will play in all of this? Because there are issues that stem from the way we write code's a little sloppy. Sometimes we leave our virtual machines on, other times we don't pay attention as much to spikes in consumption that we don't need to have happen. Do IT people appreciate these issues? Do they get that, and do they understand their role in this whole process as well? I mean, because frankly, that's just one more thing that we got to look at, right?
Right, absolutely. No, and I think people are, I think the level of knowledge varies, right, depending on where someone is personally in this journey around like understanding climate change and the risks that are in front of us. But yeah, as consumers of a lot of energy, right, for these models to run and to understand the impacts, yeah, that definitely has a big impact in what we're going to have to address, right, as a planet, effectively.
What role are governments going to play in all this? Because will they work with you guys and look at that data and run that through their analysis, or how is that going to play out?
Yeah, absolutely. Our members are pretty vast and pretty expansive. We've got academic institutions that are members of OS Climate, not only financial institutions and banks, but we're also working with the nonprofit sector as well as some government entities like the UNPRI organization. And really, to solve the climate challenge, right, you need a community of of a lot of different key stakeholders. No one organization is going to be able to solve this problem on its own. And our founder and CEO, Truman Siemens, took a look at how our big problems been solved in the past, whether it's mapping the human genome or developing the COVID vaccine. A lot of that has come out of open source, and so that's why we went with an open source approach, so that we could bring these communities with expertise and understanding, that can help inform these tools. And our tools aren't just for, I talked about the financial community, but we just announced this week a Sustainable Africa initiative, where we're going to be taking our platform and our tools to the country of Nigeria to begin with, but our goal is to build a platform for all of Africa. And the plan for that is to basically allow them the upskill, if you will, and the tools and the access to the cloud infrastructure, as well as the climate models, so that they can do their own analysis. And we're starting with agriculture sector initially, so they can do their own analysis and see what changes they need to make and what adaptation and mitigation strategies they need to focus on.
So how big is this community actually? Because it sounds like it's getting fairly large.
Yeah, it definitely is getting very large. We probably have close to 500 folks that are part of the community right now. We're adding new organizations and companies each day. Earth Daily has agreed to support us with satellite information and things like that. And obviously when you're doing and building a public good, I think everybody feels like this is a way that they can help, right? This is a way they can participate and make a difference in the climate change problem that we all face. It's an existential risk, right, to humanity.
How do I aggregate all that data in a way that doesn't aggravate the climate problem, because I'm aggravating massive amounts of data? So is there an intelligent way to go about doing this in this mesh?
Yeah, and so that's where their data exchange comes into play, and that sits on top of the data mesh. And like I said, our goal isn't to copy the data, to replicate the data. Our goal is to leverage the data. The data is owned by whatever entity has it today, and so we want to connect with that. And we have a number of folks that are actively building the data exchange to create almost like a shopping cart function, right? If you're, someone in the ag industry in Nigeria and you're interested in your crops, you're going to have the ability to go into the data exchange and with a shopping cart type of function, pick the model that you need, whether it's a hazard, look at the vulnerability for your particular asset. In this case, it might be a crop or a field, and we're working with Linux Foundation Ag Stacks to understand the boundaries of those fields, and then do the analysis that's required to say, okay, what is the chronic level of drought that this particular field is going to face, and how is this crop going to fare, and what might need to change when they may need to rotate crops, they need to look at different solutions to adapt. But that's the goal, is that this data exchange can provide that ability, and the data is curated and vetted and owned, so that we make sure that it can be trustworthy. And you can see the math, like I said, you can see the process by which the outcomes and the impact of the analysis is done.
How do you convince folks to connect? Because there's probably some entities out there that aren't too excited to understand exactly what they're doing in the climate, or maybe they know but they don't want to know. So, how does that conversation go?
Yeah, I think, ultimately, you can stick your head in the sand and you can deny as much as you want, but I think the science is pretty telling, right? And you see what's happening. We're having a beautiful day in Vancouver, which is not normal, right? And I was talking to some of the folks at lunch yesterday who are based in Vancouver, and they don't have air conditioning, right, in their area. And, now dealing with 80 and 90 degree summer, you can see that the changes. We've seen other areas of, whether it's the U.S. or you see Pakistan with the major flooding. I mean, there's example after example after example that we need to do something.
Do you think that, to a certain degree, even if we have all the data, there's going to be some folks who are just never going to believe? And, is that just part of the life, or can we get, facts to convert?
Yeah, I think there will always be the deniers, right? And I think you have that continuum. We talk about it: early adopters, fast followers. Get the majority involved, and then there's some that will never get on board. But hopefully, right, we get the vast majority of folks engaged, and that we come up with these adaptation strategies, and we start making the changes we need, because. The Earth's been around for 4 billion years, right? It's not the Earth that's ultimately going to be gone. It's humans at the end of the day.
We talked about this in the context of, say, some entity participating, but we've also seen the emergence of so-called citizen scientists. So can they play a role in these kinds of projects to help collect the data?
Absolutely. We're a truly open source project, whether it's individual contributors or corporations, like I said, nonprofits, academic institutions. It's fully open, fully public. We're creating a public good. We welcome and seek out volunteers to help us in this journey. You can go to osclimate.org. You can go to sustainableafricainitiative.org and find out ways you can get involved. But yeah, we welcome everyone into the community. It's truly open source.
All right, folks, you heard it here. If you're concerned about the climate, there's a group of folks who are looking for some help, and so maybe we can all do this together. It would be a change.
That would be awesome. Thank you.
All right. Heather, thanks for being by.
Appreciate it. Have a great day.
All right. And we'll be back in a minute.
welcome back to the Open Source Summit in beautiful Vancouver, British Columbia. We're talking about open source security. We have the new general manager for the Open Source Security Foundation, Omkar Rasanathan. And then we have Brian Bellendorf, who is the CTO now, I guess. Is that how we're going to do this? All right, awesome. Guys, welcome to the show.
Thank you for having us.
There's been a lot going on in this little foundation of yours that just got started not too long ago. We got a new GM, you got a bunch of projects updates, you got new members, so give us the highlights.
So, under Brian's leadership, there's been some great progress over the last couple of years. I'm really looking forward to working with the foundation, all of our members in the community, with bringing better, more secure practices to our open source foundation and ensuring that we've got a way to help make our software a little more secure for the good of the public. Brian, did you want to cover some of the highlights under your leadership?
Well, first of all, let me say, we've been building an amazing team at the OpenSSF, but I also realized, look, there's things I know really well. I've been part of the open source movement for 30 years, really, and there's other things that I've not been a part of as much, which is enterprise security, right? The lingo, the terminology, the history. I've been a quick study, and certainly as it applies to open source code, it's been a great educational experience. But as we were building the team, I realized I really needed someone to work with me as a peer who really understood the history of application security, knew how to talk to executives about risk management, knew how to build out infrastructure, and where the open source code could fit into that. And just as I've been a quick study on security, Omkar is certainly no stranger to open source code as well. Who was a contributor to PowerPC Debian 20 years ago? Gen 2, I'm sorry, yeah. Gen 2, 20 years ago. So like basically, this is a partnership that is really going to be about executing on both the big plans that we have around securing open source software in the software supply chain at a business level, working with our stakeholders, making an impact, to boardrooms and the like, as well as on the ground, the technology, identifying the gaps, the missing pieces, and pulling all the tools together to come up with something that is cohesively an answer to addressing many of the security challenges in software.
It takes a big person to realize that they've reached their level of incompetence. Is that where you're going with this?
Basically. Actually, 3 times in my career, I've stumbled into starting a thing or like being a part of like growing a thing, and then been very much understood, like you need to build, it takes a village, right? It takes a lot of people with different strengths, and I really wanted somebody with that background, and also somebody to do the kinds of things, let me focus on tech, focus on stakeholder he could focus on stakeholder management, I could focus on kind of some of the nerdy things, frankly, like he could focus on the nerdy things too, and I'm certainly going to also talk to the business types, so we're going to figure out how this relationship works, but I'm really excited to have, as a partner in this effort, Omkar, and move forward with that.
You've had some new companies join. I think SAP is one. What is in it for a company to join this particular foundation? Why should they be looking at this in particular? I mean, we all know it's an issue, but what motivates them to actually want to contribute?
There's a couple of ways that we like to think about this. The first is that security doesn't exist in isolation. We can't hermetically seal a company and say, I am secure unto myself. And especially when we think about the prevalence of open source software as it's used by industry today, if we don't collectively band to address security concerns upstream, we're all going to have to do hand-to-hand combat. The analog I'd used earlier today was, want to get out of swatting mosquitoes. And that's what it feels like a lot with trying to address some of these problems that aren't being properly addressed upstream due to capacity. As I think about our stakeholders, they fall into 4 different categories. The folks that produce software, our friends at Google and Microsoft and a number of the other members of our board. The folks that consume software, you may do your own development, but you're relying on a technology company like our friends in the banks or our friends in other industries. Then there's also the public sector. So a large amount of addressing this comes from support and cooperation with governments both in the US, overseas in Europe, Canada, across the world. And last but not least, this is open source, our community, and being able to positively affect outcomes within the community. So when it comes to get back to your question, the benefit that companies get is being able to collaborate on really assisting with securing our software, our open source software, for the greater public good. And there's benefits abound. Brian, did you want to add anything?
It's been great to see the support of organizations like Google and Microsoft who came in, not just they've been solid participants in so many of our projects, but they also recently came in with $2.5 million in support, further support for the Alpha Omega project, which has gone from strength to strength, and we can talk more about that in a bit. But I'm also really happy to see support from small and mid-sized companies. I think of a company like Kusari, who are building tools to analyze and understand the software supply chain. Small little startup that one of their technologists, Michael Lieberman, has been really active in defining the SALSA specification, and it really takes that the whole spectrum of types of companies out there. We also have a tremendous number of end user organizations now. We recently added Lockheed Martin, for example, as a member of the project, and having them in there participating and benefiting from it alongside banks, alongside other very traditional companies, really shows that this is more than just like a cloud problem or an infrastructure or a tools maker problem, but even really about the end users, the consumers of all this technology. They want secure software as well. And a lot of great ideas are coming out of that side of the ecosystem.
How have the maintainers been reacting to all of this? Because they're a diverse bunch of folks, and some of them might be, we don't need any help from anybody, we're good. And others may say that, we'll take all the help we can get. So it all depends what the spectrum is. But as you talk to folks, what are you hearing from them?
Do you mean maintainers of the project at the OpenSSF?
No, open source software maintainers themselves.
Well, the Linux Foundation, regularly runs research and does polling of developers in particular, and we really want to understand who are those most critical open source developers and what drives them and the like. And to a T, every one of them says they wish they had more time from their employer to be able to work on open source code, to do not just the feature work, but also pay off the technical debt and the security work and all that kind of stuff. The second thing is that they say is they want the same kind of developer tools that they, when they work on open source code, that they do when they work on their company's internal proprietary code. Because that extra tooling gives them a degree of infrastructure and a degree of rigor and a degree of templatization that makes it much easier and much more productive for them than the stuff they have to deal with on the open source side. So one of the things we've inculcated from that is the need to make sure that as we come up with tools for signing artifacts like SigStore and SALSA, which is for tracking provenance in the software supply chain, they're only successful to the degree that you can get them embedded inside the tool chains of the world and really uplift the open source tooling to by default lead to better, more secure software as a product of using those tools. So it was really great to see, for example, GitHub recently announced that they had taken these two pieces and some other things and woven them into support in the NPM package ecosystem for provenance traceability. NPM provenance is now a flag. It's all opt-in, and so I'm really hoping that we can turn it to an opt-out kind of default kind of mode so that the NPM ecosystem can be much more traceable from source code to final delivered product. But that's a nice example, an illustration of where our members, having the right members in place, working on the right technologies, but getting this into the tool systems can meet some of what the maintainers are asking for. And back to your original question, no one wants to lift a finger to do an extra amount of security work. What they want is the tools to do the work for them and for the ecosystem as a whole to bend towards more secure software as a result.
I think when you guys first started, you made a call for, I think it was an estimated $150 million in funding or something like that. Is that enough? It seems like a small number compared to like the billions of dollars that we spend on software. So
we're always willing to get more, I think is the right way to begin that. But to be realistic about it, there's also a planning and execution headwind there. Well, not headwind, but overhead. So with any amount of money, in order to ensure, especially with donations from our generous board of directors and member companies, it's important to be judicious with how that's being allocated, how the progress is being tracked, and the impact that we're making. Not everything can be solved with money. Sometimes there's fundamental structural things that we need to agree on in terms of data formats, things like S-bonds. That's not going to be solved with a check. So I agree that this is not going to be the last check that's cut in aid of securing software. However, we felt, and Brian, you were there at the time, so I'd love your input as well, but we felt that was a good start. It was something that was manageable, and it was something that we could allocate appropriately to the community in order to secure software for the greater public good.
The mobilization plan, which is about a year old at this point, was devised at a time in kind of the aftermath of the Log4Shell vulnerability, at a time when government was looking out there going, well, who's actually gearing up to solve these problems that we've identified as root causes of the whole disruption? And they turned to us and they said, what are you all doing? And we've got, we said, we've got all these interesting projects and efforts, and they said, well, really, what will it take to apply those to solving the problem? And so for us, that document, which we devised in our community in basically a 2-week window with a whole bunch of experts convened really rapidly around 10 different streams, was intended to represent at that moment in time a true north, right? Here's where we could go should the resources apply. Here's the kind of impact we could have for what, by some measures, is a lot of money. It's certainly more than I've ever had on my personal budget, but in some ways is a drop in the bucket compared to the impact of even one of those vulnerabilities, like a Log4Shell. So we did that as an example. Like, here's what's possible. It will be updated this year to represent a new set of true norths, if you will, a new set of ways to take what we're already doing and apply it to those big problems and how they'll solve it, but also identify, here's some new things to start working on, such as where does artificial intelligence land in that plan, right? This year we should be talking about it. 12 months ago we could be forgiven for not talking about it, right? ChatGPT hadn't shown up on the map. So it serves as basically that top-down map and that top-down kind of view of what's possible. But really all the substance and all the hard work comes bottoms up through the maintainers and through the folks working on standards and all those that have to come together to solve those problems.
Now, you mentioned the Alpha Omega project earlier, but I'm not sure everybody knows exactly what that is. So walk us through what that project is, what its scope is.
Sure. So Alpha Omega was like many of the things that we started right when we got funding for the OpenSSF, was based off of a white paper written by Michael Scavetta at Microsoft that said, there's these two interesting things we could really do to help raise the floor on how security is accomplished in the open source landscape. One of them is go and provide directed funding to the most important open source projects, and in some cases foundations, to help them get better at managing security across their foundations. Like the policies and the processes that the Python Foundation or the Rust Foundation or Eclipse or many of these other kinds of orgs could use an uplift, right? It could use somebody helping them get over a hump to be able to demonstrate the value of this work, and then hopefully go back to their own stakeholders and say, now that we've got these engines running, let's continue to get that work funded as a core part of that project, right? So it's intended to help bootstrap a lot of stuff that had not been done internally by some open source projects. And so we've been very successful at that front. We've distributed over $3.5 million so far in grants to 6 different organizations. We have stuff that we've approved and not yet announced that we'll be getting word out very soon that'll address memory safety and a number of other ways. But it's about capacity building and just changing a bit of the culture in these important projects. The second thing Alpha Omega does is we're standing up infrastructure to go and scan for vulnerabilities in the top, currently the target is 10,000, but we're looking at expanding that even more widely, the top 10,000 open source projects, to go and look for the kinds of vulnerabilities you'll find in a whole lot of them. Like really simple kinds of bugs that we know we find, if we go and scratch that surface, we'll find that in a lot of places. Go proactively find them and submit pull requests to try to, in an automated fashion, get those fixed by thousands of projects at a time, right? So that is an ambitious goal. It's based off of some research done by somebody we hired named Michael Leitschuh, Jonathan Leitschuh, sorry, to go and automate these processes. We're really excited about it, and I think that'll help, again, raise the floor on security for the most important open source projects.
Because there's a lot of common mistakes that everybody makes, and
there are.
There you go. Do we need a SWAT team to just go handle all these issues when the zero-day vulnerability shows up? And can I just call you up and say, Batman, come fix this?
You can. I'm not sure I'm going to be very helpful, though. Jokes aside, the efforts that we've had thus far have been more around securing the software by construction. So coming up with methods of addressing in large swaths of open source some of these common missteps that we've seen developers make unintentionally, be they memory safety issues, off-by-one issues, whatever they may be. I think eventually, as we get our arms around that, there's certainly the opportunity, and I think it's something contemplated in the mobilization plan as well, as to how we do come up with, in a product company, we would call them a PCERT team that's focused on product security, And to take perhaps an example from the not so recent past with the kernel, how something like Spectre Meltdown was addressed, how the right people were assembled in order to address this, both from the hardware community, the kernel community, the providers themselves, in order to ensure that there was an appropriate response, but also that confidentiality was maintained as we went through this due to the severity of the issue. So I'd like to get there. Brian, maybe you can speak to some of the thoughts around that prior to me joining.
Well, there's lots of different kinds of open source projects out there. Some of them have emergency response teams and security teams that are reasonably well advised and resourced. When there's a bug in the Linux kernel that requires us all to coordinate, that gets done. But so much of the long tail of open source projects have never been through a major vulnerability disclosure process, have never had to deal with a CVE, and they don't know who to turn to for help. Even some of the foundations could use some help on this front. And so an emergency response team, a coordination center, that is something that was anticipated in the mobilization plan. We've started to put some plans, more concrete plans around that for what it would take to coordinate basically a Super Friends, kind of like, a DC superheroes kind of like collection. Now, you've got to be careful about how you set those up, and you've got to have the right kind of volunteers in there. But doing it right, it's not going to take a lot of money. It's going to take a bit, but not a lot of money to go and get a tremendous amount of impact in reducing the kind of like chaos that can come from uncoordinated vulnerability disclosure.
Do we fundamentally, to address all this, just need everybody to rewrite everything in Rust or some other memory-safe language, or what's the deal?
I wish it was that simple. We should start there, but I wish it was that simple. Personally, I identify as a software engineer that's been doing security for 20 years. And the way that I like to think about it is we need to ensure that our design patterns, our tools, our languages, secure by default. I don't want to have to spend extra calories or cognitive overhead in order to think about making a thing secure. It should just be secure. And one example I've used in the past, there was this anecdote about a factory that was producing a particular part of an automobile. They ran into a quality control issue where a part was being put in the wrong orientation. So they added a QC engineer. And then they added another one, and another one, and another one. And eventually they plateaued in terms of the quality that they were able to achieve through that method. But when they retooled the part, so it could only fit in the correct orientation, that was how they fixed the problem. I think applying that similar thinking to how we're addressing security, rather than trying to QC stuff in alone, or trying to incident respond to things alone, if we can just make it secure by construction and design, he said simply, we avoid so many of these things in a very efficient way. And by that, we really increase the security guarantees that we can provide the public. Right?
Yeah, I hear a lot of the advocacy for memory safe languages really rankles the C and C++ folks out there who are like, but Go and Rust and even Java as a memory safe language, right, are actually pretty compelling for eliminating a whole category of vulnerabilities. But look, Log4j was written in Java, right? And it wasn't a memory issue so much as it was about parsing user contributed input for format strings.
Format strings.
So there are bugs of all sorts. It's been great to see the White House, surprisingly, prioritize memory-safe languages in its cybersecurity strategy as a potential approach to eliminating whole categories of vulnerabilities. And we think for a lot of the baseline libraries that are out there, like Russell's, which is an alternative to OpenSSL and is gaining a lot more functionality, and eventually it'll be kind of a drop-in replacement for OpenSSL, is a really promising area of area of focus. The Prosimo project is looking at memory-safe replacements for NTPD and these other forgotten but still essential components to how the internet works, right? If something goes wrong there, we run out of sync on time and bad things happen that are hard to predict. So there are these interesting targets. I don't think we're ever going to rewrite everything in Rust. We can barely rewrite all the COBOL code that we have into something more modern, right? So I don't think that's essential, nor is it sufficient. We've got to be thinking about process. We've got to be thinking about scanning. We've got to be thinking about how do we make sure every line of code has more than one person responsible for it and looking at it, right? All these different factors need to come together in the tooling and in dashboards so that we can go, aha, there's something that's red down in that corner. It's under-resourced. It's critical to everything. maybe we should get a third-party audit for it and take it from red to yellow, so that our whole risk comes down. And that's where I think there's a really holistic picture around what we've got to do, of which memory-safe languages are certainly helpful, but just a piece.
Will AI save us from ourselves? Because, I can now discover the vulnerability. I can then be shown, here's the line of code that you should fix, and then here's the actual fix, and all I got to do is push the button and install it. Is it going to ever get that simple?
I hope so. I don't think we're there just yet. I don't think we're there just yet. And I think similar to how in the very early days, we were learning how to develop code that would scale well and be secure on the internet, we're in the very early days of generative AI. And I hope we get to the point that it's that simple and that we can really leverage large language models in order to automate some of the toil or some of the long tail that we're addressing in Omega. I don't think we're there yet, but I do hope that that's an opportunity that we can look at in the future.
I think there's an opportunity for it on the defensive side, but I am very worried about new kinds of attacks that AI can enable. So much of what we do in the open source world still depends upon trust between individuals. Trust, built at conferences like this, trust built over Zoom calls with other maintainers. If large language models make it possible to have fake developers, inserting themselves into your community, or otherwise, like a lot of the burden of being an open source maintainer is in bug triage. If you wanted to flood a project with a lot of fake bug reports that you generate through, there's a lot of dark directions that this stuff could take, and so.
Or if I could be the slightly tinfoil hat wearing security guy for a moment, what if you poison the model? And you start spitting out code that's got a bunch of memory safety issues.
Right.
We used to call that the watering hole attack, but it would be the perfect vector, right?
Yeah.
So what type of people are you looking for to help volunteer for this foundation? Is it security people? Do you need developers? Kids that can contribute, or has it got to be somebody who works for Google? What's the spectrum of folks that you're looking for?
We love support from all of our board member companies, and we've got great contributions for them. But the answer is everybody can contribute. There's a number of different work groups, from policy to best practices to tooling to anyone can contribute because it's truly democratized. Just because you don't know software engineering or just because you don't know policy doesn't preclude you from helping. We need hands, we need people that are interested. This is a community effort like all open source efforts. And we would love anybody to help, come contribute, come learn. Education's a huge work stream as well. And I think that really allows anybody that has the desire to help us be more secure for the public good to contribute. But Brian, what are any hotspots?
The only thing I'll add is, my first message to folks would be, if you're not already familiar with what we offer, come to the website, but also if you're a developer of any sort, even if it's like Visual Basic macros, come and take the Secure Software Development Fundamentals course. This is not super advanced. This is something that anybody writing code should take that would help them avoid common mistakes that tend to lead to vulnerabilities, like trusting user-contributed input, or at least for format strings, right? Like here are the patterns that you can learn to avoid even writing that stuff in the first place. There's other one-page guides to this and that, how to be a better consumer of open source code. There's things that we think can speak to people at any level, and if they start with that, and if 1% of those people who benefit from that find a bug, find a way it could be improved, come in and engage in a conversation, or have an idea for something they've built or their company has built that wants to come in, that's golden for me. But it has to start with this intrinsic motivator of they've benefited from it, they're familiar with it, they've worked it into their company's practices. That's the real milestone for us. So that's the door is open completely to anybody to do that.
At the end of the day, are we trying to retrofit a set of DevSecOps workflows into the development of open source software? And we're really asking people to retrain themselves or rethink how they build software, because in my experience, most developers, when they were trained, security was an elective and they never took it. So, how far back do we got to go?
I agree with you. It's not something that was historically taught, or were there standard practices around how to address that. But if we think back to the late 90s, early 2000s, when the internet started taking off, and we really started getting into some fundamental new patterns around distributed system design, and we started to write code in different ways, and we started to adopt different patterns. I think that's the same kind of apex that we're at right now. So rather than simply continuing to do things the way we did in the past, resulting in even more incident response teams and even more Omega projects and things of that nature, this is what our education team seeks to solve with some of the courseware that Brian's referred to. But this is also areas we're looking to partner with public sector, with higher education, to help get some of that to those students that are now learning how to build big, powerful distributed systems who haven't yet had their first job in industry. It's just like I hope to make my children more secure by teaching them how to cross the street safely. I don't intend on being there every time they cross the street.
Nothing to add. That's great.
What is the role of the government in all of this? Because it seems like we're doing this within the industry. There's a lot of calls for more accountability, more liability. Some people are saying, if you write a line in code, you have to own it for the rest of your life. What's the right balance here?
Brian, I think you got some point of views.
Well, yeah. So I do think, look, open source software has always benefited from actually the same thing the whole software industry has traditionally had in their end user agreements, which is this code is used at your own risk. If you lose a bunch of money because there was an error in your spreadsheet, Microsoft's not liable, and just because you used Excel, right? That's a basic principle that we've all kind of taken for granted. And open source licenses in particular say this is use at your own risk. If you happen to use this in a nuclear power plant and cause an accident, because there was a bug in it, it's not on the open source developer. And I think that's the right thing, but I think actually society's response to the Log4Shell breach, to the other things that have happened, Log4Shell vulnerability, other things that have happened in the last years have caused them to go, maybe Silicon Valley, maybe the open source community can no longer, move fast and break things. Maybe it needs to think about owning at least a little bit of the results of their work. And so you do see very much in the European Union and the regulatory moves that they're considering, and even in the White House cybersecurity policy, a bit of a hint that we need to look for potentially some of that liability being borne by the parties that can bear it, right? By the publishers of code, or at least the companies that are reselling products or services based on this code. Now, we think it would be really a bad idea to put that liability upon open source developers who are, for the sake of publishing something to GitHub, are making it available to the world. Much as I would have an orange tree in my front yard and with a sign that says free oranges, right? And if you happen to be allergic to oranges and got sick, where does the liability for that lie? In Europe, it would be on me. So we are going to see a shift in this. It does sound like, though, the regulators are realizing that there is a standard for due diligence that should be fairly low, should be fairly achievable, should be something that is something that developers could hit out of the box that would give them a little bit of an exemption from that liability. And so in the United States, what was in that the cybersecurity strategy was basically attaching that to the commercial transaction at the tail end. If you're Red Hat, there's a bit of that liability to be expected, but if you're somebody writing a thing that's included into Red Hat, you shouldn't bear any liability for that. In Europe, they do want to kind of make everybody accountable and liable in that. So we'll see which way that goes. And it could be a major clash in Europe between how the open source community works and how the regulators think that it's supposed to work. And we'll see what happens there. My hope is that we come up with tools and processes and standards in the OpenSSF that, to whatever degree these start to become more frequently asked for, and things that properly run open source projects should do, just like we've done on the legal side, just like we've done with DCOs and SLAs and things like that, that it becomes a thing that's achievable in a very scalable kind of way, so that end users can be reassured that at least the due diligence has been done to try to provide secure software, and maybe even make choices about what software they use based on that.
The only thing that I would add to that would be I think it's important to understand where the impetus comes from. And the impetus comes from scenarios in which we have things like IoT devices that don't have any committed updates, that are running vulnerable versions of software, and have been used for things like distributed denial of service attacks. So there's certainly we can't swing to either extreme. There has to be homeostasis in the middle. And I look forward to working with both our private sector and public sector partners with finding where that homeostasis exists.
So are we having something that feels like the equivalent of a Ralph Nader moment here where we're unsafe at any speed? And are we building software too fast and we need to slow down, or is there another way to think about this?
So, in my opinion, I believe that none of this was done with malice or disregard. I think as we are evolving and as the discipline of software engineering is evolving, we're discovering things about how people use software and misuse software. And we're trying to come up with the right patterns, techniques, and tools to ensure that the impact of the misuse is minimized and that the correct path for using the software is maintained. I don't think it's that extreme. I think we're making incremental progress, and we will continue to make incremental progress. We're past the days in which we could disregard whether a particular bit of software is using proper input sanitization, or whether, don't worry about memory safety, don't worry about counting how many bytes are left in that buffer. We're past that. And we need to be thoughtful about that if the software is going to perform at scale with the kind of surface area we have these days. The other thing I'll note, in the 90s when I began working, there was a token ring network, there was a SQUID proxy, and I had no direct access to the internet through my desktop PC. Light bulbs now have IP addresses, so the surface area is fundamentally different now as well.
Yeah, and nothing to add that. That's good.
All right. Gentlemen, thanks for coming by the show. It's great to have you guys. I think what we learned from all of this is that software hygiene matters. You need to start paying more attention to it, because if you don't, your software might stink a little. All right.
Thanks so much.
All right. We'll be back in a minute.
Thanks, Mike.
Welcome back to the Open Source Summit. We're back here in beautiful downtown Vancouver with Philip Ammann, who's from Bosch, and we're talking about embedded Linux in safety applications, otherwise known as ELISA, right?
Right, yeah.
So we've been putting embedded Linux in things for years, so what exactly is different here? Why do we need this project? What makes safety applications somewhat different?
Yeah, the safety applications are crucial maybe because you need to talk about the threat to human life and which you would like to prevent. You need to manage the risk which could happen. And if you take a normal embedded system and if you maybe talk about security, you just want to prevent that data get lost, that someone can intrude into the system. But here it's about that the system needs to be safe in a way that it cannot harm others. So you need to take a lot of measures, and for this there are best practice in place, typically with standards, international standards like the ISO 26262 or an IEC 61508, which are traditional standards, and they are developed by companies as a best practice of their way of going through processes. But we know that open source is not developed in the same way like you would do maybe a company-based product. And so this is something new, especially when it comes to Linux, because Linux brings a very, very large code base. And typically the safety applications are trimmed down to the minimal thing which you could do. Like, you don't have configurations normally in a product. This is something where we come from embedded small devices, but now use cases get more, complexity grows. And by this, we are on the way, like, how can we get safety into an operating system as rich as a Linux OS, and that other can benefit from it when building more complex devices going into driving assist or robotic use cases, aerospace, and so on.
Right. So we can't have a scenario where if I'm driving down the road, the operating system crashes and suddenly I crash because the operating system crashed. So
yeah.
What does it take to actually achieve that level of robustness inside that? Because everything eventually breaks somewhere. So.
Yes, exactly. And so this is why you really do extensive testing. You write down requirements, you basically make sure you do a lot of risk assessment, risk analysis, and then when you start to talk about risk, the things just evaluate naturally. So you see all these practices which are written down in the standards, and you may wonder how they do not apply one-on-one, but if you just start in your development and you start talking with another person, I say, oh, okay, when I explain something to you, let me write down a design. So then I start writing a design, and when another one comes, I see this design in this perspective, no one sees another perspective. Then you add requirements to the whole thing. I say, okay, we have now a base, we derive things on top, and we go forward until we create such a system. And this makes it a large chance, also opportunity, and to make it more robust, because you ask what is in there. Then you check, is my testing on a requirements level, on design level, implementation level, all satisfied? And can I achieve robustness, stability over a long lifetime? And basically this is something which you already have today. A lot of the infotainment system, navigation devices, there's Linux base underneath, and already 10 years back we had the requirements that the system must not crash, and it had to start in 2 seconds, it had to fulfill a lot of stabilities, and it need to behave today as in 10 years, because the car, for example, runs for 10 years, where you don't throw away your mobile phone, and all these things which we have put into the Linux ecosystem, for example, we also experience in our devices. If you go for an Android phone 10 years back, you had to switch it on and off maybe once a day or every other day, and my mother recently asked me, when should I switch on and off my phone? Is there a time where I should bring it up? And I said, well, when you feel that it doesn't behave as before. And I said, oh, when have you switched it on? Last time I said, I have no clue. So I looked into it and I could go to the system settings, like, was something like 6,500 hours without a reboot for the phone, right? Like, that's a massive amount of time how an Android system, which has a Linux kernel underneath, runs stable and all these servers. But this is not enough for safety, right? It's just that you need to add much more checks, much more robustness, freedom from interference, and these kind of things, and a lot of hours working on it, and also testing.
I would have said to your mother, if you feel like cursing at it, that's the time to reboot it, right?
Yeah.
Are there different use cases for embedded Linux in all these different vertical industries that we discussed? is there a common thread in their requirements, or is the medical device and the car and the rocket fundamentally different?
So there are differences, of course, if you talk about sensors, actuators, but they also share a lot of things. It's the scheduling. Some have maybe stronger real-time demand than other use cases. We address one use case which may not even need real-time patches in there and still has a safety responsibility, but it's just that the safety doesn't need to come within a millisecond or microsecond, but a little longer. And what you can see for a lot of these use cases is it's often that something goes into memory and you compare against another memory region and you have to fulfill this in a given amount of time. There's a little bit of oversimplification, but it tells you need to look into how caches are handled, how the memory works, is scheduling guaranteed, and is there something which could cause interference? An example would be if you think about a graphics GPU, and if there's a workload on GPU in an embedded device, it may heat up. If you play a game on your phone, it's just getting hot, and it may go then that the CPU frequency scales down to get lower temperature, it's not giving full speed anymore, but maybe you had an assumption that I have a guaranteed frequency, and that's also which my workload is scheduled on, so the time may extend. And then you need some kind of watchdog, scheduling, observation of the system. And these kind of things you need to think about. And this is similar for medical devices, aerospace, wherever you go, industry. You need to have guaranteed timings for your workloads, and you need to make sure that the memory is consistent, because if you cannot trust the memory, you don't know what's going on.
So will people take an instance of Linux and embed it straight from you guys, or are they going to take the core of it and then customize it and extend it for their use case per se, but then at least they're reducing the total cost of building something because there are those common functionalities?
Exactly, and basically they need to do the same thing as we do, and we also we don't provide a safe Linux. This is important to understand. The LISA is enabling Linux and safety applications, so we look, what are tools, what do we have to improve in documentation? We recently figured out that tracing workloads in your system is a crucial element, and for this there was an upstream in 6.3 kernel how to do workload tracing with cscope and ftrace, so that you just see, okay, here are elements in there, this is subsystem which are important, and if you build your system you can use this tracing to understand how your system operates, and this can also benefit not only security, safety, it can also benefit for security or other critical workloads which you run. So this is something which we bring in and where you then get a benefit later on.
Are you looking at security as part of this exercise?
We always touch point with security. We don't put a focus on it because there are so many security-related projects out there, but we, for example, looked at trusted execution environment and hardware acceleration for security, because security mechanisms which reduce the rights which you have in a system will also benefit in a safety system, because you need to make sure that your workload gets isolated. And a major difference which you have, if you say, my system is secure, you may look into your little small bubble of it and say, my bubble is secure, I protect what's inside, it's my treasure. Mm-hmm. But this is something which doesn't hold true for safety, because there could be another system which just gets impacting, not directly, but indirectly, as I mentioned, like with CPU load or temperature reason, or a shared resource, which is not really going into the workload, but you share the same interface, and this is where differences come in. But security mechanisms definitely help. Also secure boot to make sure that your system is robust and is in a defined state. And here we use a lot of these security mechanisms as well. Namespaces, C groups will also be something which can be utilized in a safety-related system. And we have actually a working group on this, which concentrates on Linux features, which may benefit in a safety argumentation, and they also use mentorship programs from the Linux Foundation to have a mentee which then also maybe takes more a little bit more the security side and see how does security apply to safety work. Right.
What level of skill does someone have to build these types of applications? Because it seems like, unlike, say, working in the cloud where I've got some, infinite amount of capacity and I can be a little bit sloppy, feels like in this environment I got to be really precise.
Yeah. So it's even going that far. If in the traditional field of safety products, you will not have dynamic memory allocation. So you know before which memory amount you will need, and you do statically assign this during the boot up so that there's no swap needed, no dynamic memory allocation at all. So you need to have a very good system understanding on how the hardware works. So you have hardware experts from an embedded field. You need to have Linux understanding or operating system understanding, how do controllers work, how do my system overall operates. And then this will not help you if you don't get all these safety aspects in as well. So they will ask, what is the risk, what could go wrong, where are harms, what are the interfaces. An interface does not only mean the interface between two functions or so, it also means how a human interacts with the system, so that you have a much wider analysis, analyze fault trees, what could go wrong, what could be a fault in the system. So get all these kind of things in. And I see that typically you will not have one person who could build it. So you need very much size of a team to interact, to cooperate in this. And I see this quite often, that people approach the LISA project and say, so you will build a safe Linux, I want to build a safety related product, I want to use Linux for it. And then you figure out the people don't bring a strong Linux background, they don't bring a strong safety background, and they believe they can get something. And besides that, we are not delivering a safety Linux, just enabling Linux and safety application. This also means even if a company would provide you with a safe Linux, and there are like SUSE, Red Hat, Canonical, they all work on this path towards functional safety Linux. Even if you buy it from them, you need to have a sufficient understanding of the system, of what it's in there. But here open source is a great enabler, because we have such a huge amount of experts in there, and you have the chance to learn it. When you take traditional safety operating system, they are often delivered as binaries, so you have no chance to look into it, and you just get the manual, and then you need to trust on the behavior which you experience, and here you get the chance to really see into it. It's related project like Sapphire or Xen also provide this. They have an open source code base. They have a strong community with people contributing to it with various expertise, and this gives a large strength which you may not see in traditional commercial office.
You may get surprised in a space where no surprises are kind of crucial.
Yeah, and but it's also when you see new players coming in, suddenly they may talk and say, imagine you want to update something and you want to update your brake, and as I say, I do not want to update my brake in the system, and if I'm in a car, I want to have a functional brake. At the time when it's released, it should be safe. It has to be safe, because it's a human life threat if my brake doesn't work. But of course, if you see connected devices, IoT, and some of the area where we work in, suddenly everything gets connected, and you may want to get an update or a new function in your system. It could mean that it's not an update for the brake, but it could be a new driving assistance function, because the sensors are in there, and then it's something where suddenly Linux gets a strong benefit in what you have, because there you have a chance of having open source, having updatability, but this is also a challenge which just goes in.
Does someone or some entity need to certify these implementations, and is that in each vertical industry, or is there some way to approach that?
So you need to certify whenever you build this, and you go with certification authorities. You take a choice of the safety integrity standard which you would like to apply it. So when the ISO 26262 is the standard for the automotive, you can also argue that you take an IEC 61508 standard, which is just the upper, like say the mother standard of it. You need to convince the authorities that you do the proper thing, and these standards help you. It's basically showing you state-of-the-art development. And this is very complex, because they say, oh, do you bring a safety culture? Do you have followed the process and so on? And this is all in there. This makes it complicated for using Linux in there, but also if you just do your component development on top. But you have more control if you are in your company and build it in there. And this may also give a benefit for these strong people, like I just mentioned, like Canonical, SUSE, and Red Hat. They bring a strong background in processes. They have this, they have industry support, or they're industrial branches of Linux. And by this, they can much easier enable it than maybe a new player, a new kid on the block, which just want to develop it. Then I would recommend just better go a little bit smaller. Don't try too much on it.
All right, don't boil the ocean.
Yeah.
So what exactly do you guys need from the people who are watching this? Do you need more contributors? Do you need more companies to participate? What are you looking for?
Well, we were really looking for an industrial area, because we currently see that due to the RT patches going into Linux, there are more industrial automation people who ask for Linux, and they also have safety standards involved. That's one which we addressed. So it would be very nice to get some more visibility also in this industry, because it will help us. It gives us a different track, and it's what we see. We got a good safety background, but bringing this on the ground. So we started with a QEMU emulation. So it's a virtual machine, because this was easy to scale, to share. But to bring it to hardware also requires a lot of embedded engineers, kernel engineers, and we would love to get more kernel embedded developers involved, where we can help and train them also on what is important for safety, because we did a lot of these analysis parts, we got a good understanding, but to show it more here is the single board computer, and you can just see the workload in there. We go out having a booth like others on a conference. We were hesitating because we wanted to show more, and for this major contribution is good. Also, automotive industry, driving forces are now going into driver assistance systems, right? And we, by intention, decided for another use case in the beginning. We were using the warning signs, which you know from your car, the gear indicator, the check engine or check oil part. They are good because it's easy to explain, less sensors, less actuators, but that's not the fancy thing that people want to see, right? You want to see driving assistance, and that's something you can sell with marketing. You can go out, and for this, we would love to see if there's an automotive OEM maybe who comes in and say, I have my use case and I'm willing to openly share ideas. I will do my development maybe in-house, but I share with you concept, and maybe even something which is 10 years old, because we have driving assistant which is 10, 15 years old. And they just say, that's how we did our analysis, that's how we did the work. And then combined with embedded engineers, we can say, let's try to bring this on Linux and argue why this can be sufficiently be safe in these use cases. So here, community support, especially from embedded developers, kernel engineers, it would be helpful.
So everybody wants to be with the cool kids, and they kind of focus on Kubernetes or the mainstream Linux project. So how do we make safety sexy and get people like say, hey, this is the place to be?
I guess where it comes in a little bit is that people talk about the software-defined vehicle. Many different, some call it like a smartphone on wheels, others say it's subscription for your seat heating. But here suddenly also cloud technology comes into picture, where you go for digital twins, and this is something very good. What I see as a benefit, it's not as sexy as the other topic. That's just like, you cannot run fast and fail and just start over because you need to do it right, but you will get a very good understanding on the software engineering process. You will write better software by it. You will get a good understanding on things, and let you rethink how you do code. And I guess it's a benefit to all industry, and it can even increase kernel stability, reliability, robustness. And I guess it's more the field who really would like to touch something in hardware, where they say, I would like to learn about it. And there, Linux is much nicer. Also, other open source projects, as mentioned, like Zephyr, because you can try things out. You can see when you do something, or suddenly it starts blinking. You can push a button and something happens. And these are the things which are hardly to grab in the virtual space. You see something, it's rendering there, but I get to know this. We were running with QEMU, or we had VMs on a PC. If I go somewhere, demonstrate it in the industry, they say, yes, nice, but how is this a product? We will make a device which runs in millions of cars, and we established from the last generation the Bosch infotainment. I can say the Linux system which we made up ended up in 30 million devices on the road for navigation, and this is something which you can really see. You can see and point to something. If you go to the cloud, it's like, here's this web store, I did something around it, or here's this other part. But if you build these embedded devices, you can say, look, like Chuck Walber was presenting yesterday on the Boeing part, how they're using it. Say, see, whenever I enter a Boeing plane, I know something in this plane is there from my side. And that's something which is really nice to see. So that is more impressive I see them sometimes a lot. Yeah.
All right, folks, if you want to save lives, call Philip because he needs some help. And that's a really cool job at the end of the day. Philip, thanks for coming by.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
All right, and we'll be back in a minute.
Welcome back to the Open Source Summit. We're here with Eric Erlandson from Red Hat, and we're talking about Climate OS and data science. And it's a big project, and a lot of work is going into this, but we understand that there's definitely an effort to collect the data. But once we collect the data, what are the data science challenges? What's required? And ultimately, is this going to lead to some form of AI being applied to all of this? What should we expect?
That's a great question. Truthfully, I think an awful lot of the value comes simply from properly federating the data. And so at the platform level, almost all of our efforts so far has been building out an open source data mesh platform that allows people from the community and potentially all over the world to come to the community and offer new data products for use by everybody. And so on that level, probably 90% of the value is there. However, there are definitely some data science efforts going on. One of the important channels of climate reporting information is just the reports that different companies file publicly. And this data is publicly available, however, it is all generally filed as unstructured documents such as PDF. And so there is no unified way to transform this data into something that's, organized and tabular that normal algorithmics can operate on. So here is where a lot of the newest technology and large language models such as ChatGPT actually may play a role. You can imagine training one of these models specifically to be optimized for extracting all of the different reporting numbers from a document regardless of how it was actually organized. And in this case, your program is actually literally a series of questions or ChatGPT style prompts. They say like, find me the reported value for CO2 emissions for company X, and you can simply collect as many of these questions as you want, run them all against each document, and with some possible error rate, you'll get good answers, and any errors that are made can be generally fixed later by humans in the loop or after the fact.
It almost sounds like part of the magic of this is that the data mesh is not pulling all the data into some central repository. It's more like the data becomes almost like code, and I'm calling that data or as I need it, per se. And is that a more efficient approach to this challenge?
It is more efficient, and perhaps more importantly, it's really the only way you can scale this kind of open community. You have to make it as self-service as possible, both from the point of view of people from the community who want to provide data, but also the people coming from the other side who want to use it. And so, we're in the process of implementing a component we're calling the data exchange, which allows anybody out in the world to approach us and register a new data product, and it becomes a searchable panel on the data exchange, and that means that people on the using side, the consumption side, can come to this, find pieces of data, understand their descriptions, what their schema are, whether it's coming to them via a SQL query or REST API or raw file. And so this is hugely important in terms of being able to just scale the governance and the operations of the community.
The data itself may not be accurate or inaccurate depending on who created it in the first place, but will this make it easier for somebody in a particular vertical industry to kind of do an analysis of what is the impact of carbon on aerospace per se, because the data will just be easier to find?
That's correct. One of the reasons we wanted to create this data commons, as we're calling it, is because currently only the largest companies can actually afford the resources to assemble this data for themselves. And that leaves, thousands and thousands of smaller institutions out in the cold. They could never, create this, but by creating an open data commons, it's like we can share the data. So once somebody surfaces a new kind of data stream, for instance, the ownership relations between companies, or new climate models, or simply the locations, the physical locations of actual corporate assets, then it becomes potentially available to like the entire world to use.
Will this be applied for other things besides climate research? I mean, there's other large data-driven projects, so is this something that becomes a test case for other things?
It absolutely is. In fact, we're designing it very explicitly as an open platform, both in terms of the open source components, but also the open source deployment knowledge, so that anybody can come from the world, get onto GitHub, and see exactly how it is we're deploying our components onto the cluster, what versions we're using, the actual source codes that are doing computations. All of it is available for people to use, and if you wanted to come use our Data Commons as a reference architecture and make whatever modifications you wanted, you could use our model to deploy your own version and fill it with the data that you want.
How hard is it to set all this up? Do I have to be a rocket scientist, or can I be a reasonably mere mortal IT professional?
I think anybody who has facility doing like DevOps kinds of operations, like if you have the basic skills to do deployments on something like a Kubernetes cluster, you should be able to take what we're doing and replicate it. Mm-hmm. In fact, we recently one of the community members recently published a fairly detailed set of instructions on exactly how he deployed all the components from the cluster on up to GitHub, which is also publicly available.
Can I program this so that anytime there's an update to a particular data source that it will tell me or alert me somehow or other, because the research is continuous, right?
That is correct. That is on our roadmap. We do not have like alerting capabilities yet, but we absolutely intend to for exactly that reason. We are designing most of our ingest as data as code style pipelines, using things like either Jupyter Elira or things like DBT and running on Airflow. And so it is a true data as code operation, and of course, as with all such kinds of pipelines, you can configure them to trigger if data on the input side changes, and eventually we would like to have it so that anytime data is updated, people can subscribe to alerts for that.
So historically, I would have had to, hire a dozen data engineers to go do this kind of thing, or and now it's basically becoming something that's more automated and democratized? Is that the end result?
That is the end result. I think, in a sense, it's just like open source, where it's like, in fact, you are taking advantage of lots of people's, collaborative time. On the data side, it's going to be the same. People will be able to take advantage of, thousands of, data engineer hours in terms of individuals, collectively.
So what does that community need right now? I mean, we have folks that are watching this. What exactly are you looking for, and what kind of help do you need?
We can always use people who do have, DevOps knowledge, how to deploy things in clusters. We are always looking for community members who would like to offer new kinds of data products into the system. And either of those two things would be extremely valuable.
Is this something that the average student can help with, or do I need to have those kind of certifications and high-level skills? I mean, what is the continuum of people that can help run this kind of project?
We can use people at any skill level. I think anybody who maybe doesn't have high skills in all these areas, but is willing to learn and contribute their time could be extremely valuable. We're very happy to try and help spin people up. As I said, all the code that we have and all the deployment, the GitOps deployments we have are out there for them to learn from.
So this is a place where you could probably get some real world experience for free and kind of do something that, will help your career.
Yeah, so it would, I imagine, look quite good on a resume, and you would know that you were actually helping, the entire planet align all of our human economic activity with trying to control our environmental impacts.
So what's the hard part about all this? I mean, it sounds like, it's all set and ready to go, so what's the piece that's missing?
Well, one of the pieces that's missing is it does take a lot of labor to figure out how to deploy something. Once you have a deployment, the knowledge is embodied essentially out on GitHub, but it takes people, the time and effort to do the experimentation and development to make it all work. A lot of the challenges that we have had are integration challenges. We are using tools like Trino, which has many, many data connectors, but not all of them work perfectly, and it takes effort to actually take these connectors, get them working, file bug reports upstream if necessary. Things like Linux Foundation's open metadata, getting that to integrate properly with things like Trino and our Vault single sign-on, takes experimentation and know-how.
So what's your timeline for this project? I mean, certain aspects are ready to go and other things are work in progress. So when should we expect to be able to say, hey, we're seeing a positive impact and these are the results?
That's a great question. We're hoping to, we are in the process of migrating from a legacy cluster to a new cluster. So as I speak to you now, a lot of this is shifting under our feet. However, the result of that shift is going to be a substantially faster development cycle, and so we're hoping to have accelerated deployments on a lot of the initial applications by the 1 or 2 quarters.
If that's the case, then am I going to see like a bunch of climate products that are based on this? I mean, is there going to be a whole ecosystem of vendors around this thing selling what, dashboards on the data, or how do you envision that coming to be?
That's actually a very interesting question. We know that we expect many of the users of the data to be using the data internally. And so like if I am a financial institution who manages things like mutual funds or other kinds of investment portfolios, they will be taking advantage of our data to improve the quality of their products and make sure that their products are aligned with various ESG initiatives, environmental, social, and governance criteria.
We see people selling carbon credits these days and getting value out of how much they reduce their carbon emission. Ultimately, that activity needs to be driven by some sort of data that confirms who has what, when, and where. So is that part of how we're going to make that whole model more accessible to people, is by making that data more simpler to find and then equate it to some sort of carbon credit?
Yes, that's exactly correct. Again, as I mentioned, it was, if you imagine maintaining publicly available databases of the physical latitude, longitude locations of actual corporate assets, so that you can correlate it with potential climate impacts. Anybody can then use that information to align their own investments or create other kinds of climate risk reporting. There's enormous numbers of applications, ones that I'm sure that I haven't even thought of yet, and we're hoping community members can come to us with those.
And there's a lot of hidden dependencies in the relationships between things. So an example that we may all know is we may use a cloud service per se, but that's creating some level of carbon impact, but we don't really know on our side because we don't have the report of the data. So is that part of this whole process, is to kind of say, and here are all your carbon dependencies?
Absolutely. In fact, what you are describing are called the Scope 1, Scope 2, and Scope 3 emissions. And Scope 1 is simply literally like what I emit as a company. For instance, if I'm a factory and I'm burning coal, that's my Scope 1 emission. If I'm a software vendor and I'm running my tooling on something like AWS or GCP, the carbon emissions of the stuff running on the cloud are Scope 2 emissions. I'm hiring somebody else to burn energy for me. And even more complex, the Scope 3 emissions, if I am, say, a factory, I might have supply chain coming into me, and The Scope 3 emissions include like all of the emissions from all the people who supply parts to me, and furthermore, the emissions of anybody who I sell my parts to. So in order to compute Scope 2 and 3 emissions requires a very comprehensive knowledge of what companies own which other companies, but also what companies they are buying or selling things from. So there are like enormous, data engineering challenges for assembling that kind of data.
Do you think we'll get to the point where I could have a what if dial on all this data and I could start tweaking, and if I change this will be the impact on the carbon consumption rate, and people will be able to make more projections about what change might?
Absolutely. In fact, we already have prototype applications that allow you to compute the physical hazard models for various kinds of hazards, things like work loss from excessive heat to flooding hazards from increased rainfall and forest fires, all of that. And you cannot just pick the actual hazard you're looking at, but you're also looking at different predictive models. So some models are more pessimistic than others. What it looks like depends on how far out you look. You can choose to say, I want to look at what might be happening in 2030 or 2050. And so all of these are parameters that we are already supporting in our physical models, and we're in the middle right now of wiring all that up to things like the actual physical locations of corporate assets. And once we have that wiring complete, it'll become a super powerful tool for like actually connecting physical scenarios with value impacts.
Will we get to the point where I'll be able to look at some sort of rating and assess somebody's carbon consumptions or emissions and decide whether or not I want to do business with them based on that? Because we're already seeing a lot of companies, especially in Europe, where people are saying, yeah, I don't want to buy from this one if that one has, a negative impact on the environment.
Yes, absolutely. And as you know, you can even now purchase things like mutual funds that focus on sustainable-only companies. And really part of the goal of the OS Climate Initiative is to make that kind of data available to every financial institution. So that ability isn't just the purview of very large corporations, but anybody who's selling it, or even individuals.
There's a lot of emotion in this issue. Is ultimately the goal is to, take the emotion out of it and just make it about data and the science?
Yes, it's all about being data-driven. And of course, you can never take out the societal or individual emotional reaction to what that data says, but you can at least make it objective and say, however you feel about it, this is the projected impact of this investment.
All right. What is your best advice to companies that are interested in this? How should they think about it? Because a lot of folks you talk to, they find it a little overwhelming. They find it kind of, the data involved is kind of challenging, and they just don't get started. So where's the point of departure?
Well, the point of departure I would recommend would be to reach out to us at osclimate.org. That would be a great place to start. We do have an OS Climate GitHub organization, which you can actually look at the code we're developing, but those repositories also contain many pieces of contact information, architecture diagrams, governance, meeting times, the usual open community kinds of resources.
All right, cool. Folks, if you want to help save the planet, this is the man to talk to. Hey, Eric, thanks for coming by.
Thanks very much for having me.
All right, and we'll be back in a minute. Welcome back to the Open Source Summit in beautiful Vancouver. We're here with longtime open source advocate Angel Diaz. Many of you may remember Angel from his days at IBM, but Angel today has a new job working for Discover, where he's heading up engineering and application development. And guess what? Strangely enough, Discover's playing a bigger role now in the Linux Foundation. Angel, welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me. Nice to be with you again.
What is it that brought Discover to the Linux Foundation? What's the value proposition? And what was that conversation like when you were talking to the folks there about why Discover needed to play a bigger role in open source and Linux in general?
Yeah, well, look, like most companies, Discover is no different as other technology companies. We consume a lot of open source, right? 60-70% of our code is open source, like everybody else. We've also been contributing, by the way, but let's say quietly. As we have becoming more of a digital company, right? So we obsess of helping our clients get a brighter financial future. So how do we do that? We got to align our people, our processes, and our technology. So what we thought was, well, could we take those open source principles to apply to our digital transformation? So how we think about customer journeys, how we think about our teams, how we're organized, and then our technology, and aligning all of that. That was really kind of, I think, the big aha moment that said, we should really maybe organize a bit more, right? And become more overt in our participation in open source. And that's what we're doing here and have been doing for about a year now.
Yeah. What's your sense of the community right now and the state of it? Because there's a lot more focus on security. You've been around it a long time. Is this an overdue conversation? Some folks are kind of like, well, I'm the maintainer of an open source package, but I didn't ask you to use it in the first place, so you can't expect me to bring you the bug for you. And when there's a fix and all this other stuff, I have a life, and things like that. Where are we on the maturity curve of this whole thing?
Well, I think that issue of a bug fix, security patch, etc. I mean, that's kind of always existed, right? So there's different ways of consuming open source. You can get it directly from the source, or you can get it directly from, let's say, somebody that takes that technology, builds technology around it, and serves it to you. So, for example, we are big Kubernetes users, right? Most of our applications are microservices right now, the non-mainframe applications. But we partner with, a vendor that provides a distribution, right? So that's kind of a way for us to kind of get currency and have urgency around things like that happen. So that's kind of techniques that we use, and I think the community has been used to doing. Now, that said, I think we all need to kind of, think about how do we build sustainable ecosystems, right? Because some things die in the vine, right? And what happens when the maintainer's not around, right? Mm-hmm. So those are interesting questions I think as a community we're grappling with now.
Are there particular areas in the open source community that Discover is looking to contribute more so than others, or the things that kind of leap out at you and go, yep, we're really excited about this one?
Yeah, well, okay. So we announced recently some contributions that we made in partnership with FinOS, which is the financial services part of the Linux Foundation. And it's about bridging the gap between a design system, user interface, and actual implementation. So, oftentimes you have a design system, you create a user interface based on a customer journey, you build an implementation. That could take 6 months, 3 months, a week. It would be great if you can do that in a day or in hours, right? Mm-hmm. And in particular, do it with accessibility and inclusivity, right? Modality, visually impaired, dyslexic, whatever your accessibility issue may be, right? By design from the beginning. So we we contributed some code, and we had a hackathon here that we just did with the FinOS Foundation to kind of start to ideate around that. Around 200 hackers, 28 countries. So that's an area that we're very passionate about. It's code that we've been doing, right, to get consistency. And it's something that I personally have been very passionate for about 20 years now, believe it or not. So even before open source, we've been thinking about this in open communities. I think the area that I remember the most was the XForm standard from the World Wide Web Consortium, right, that had this nice model view control decomposition of user interface. We've come a long way since then, right, but it allows us to have these conversations. So that's one area that we're really proud of doing right now. And Global Accessibility Awareness Day is May 18th, so everybody can join up.
How do you have that conversation with the FinOS folks? Because some of them are your competitors, and so how do you guys like collaborate within that and kind of have those conversations without everybody completely freaking out?
Yeah, well, so we all know open source is about building on the shoulders of giants, right? The tide lifts, all boats kind of go up, right? So I think that general notion is pretty well understood, right? That if we can, make advancements on technology, that we all benefit from those. I mean, going back to your question about security patches, right? If we can all, everybody gets advantage of, gets advantage of it. Now, I think what we also realize, whether it's any, quote unquote vertical, and I don't really like the distinction of horizontal and vertical, but it is a distinction, is the ability to express a collective point of view of use cases. When you build technology without understanding where it's going to be used, then it's hard to build, appropriate technology. So we have an opportunity with our colleagues in financial services to talk about what our customers are trying to do, the real challenges that they have to manage debt, right, to secure a better future. And how does that impact a container platform? And by the way, it does. It does. So we can articulate those things together and have a nice, strong voice. And so that's part of the reason that we joined FinOS. And I think that's something that is very valuable to the community at large.
You guys have also created a technology academy, at least you discussed that in your keynote today.
Yeah.
What's that about? What's the thought process there?
Yeah, well, okay. Initially, the idea was that, at Discover, we very much invest in people. We want to provide the ability for folks to grow. We call it build your craft, right? And we wanted an outlet for folks to kind of share their knowledge. Now, what we ended up doing, though, was creating an environment, a digital environment, where all our engineers and even product owners, business folks, can share what they know. Like, here's how I write a user story inside of Jira. Here's how I write a particular piece of code or an architecture, and share that with each other. But then what came out of that was we started to create and use inner open source principles to define our processes. So we took the collective knowledge of the organization to define how we work and then get a single way of working, whether it's through how we approach our customers, how we build our teams, or how we build our platforms. So the Discover Technology Academy is kind of the watering hole, or the community, we call it our house, where everybody has a room. People have rooms, product teams have rooms, they share their knowledge, there's guilds and communities that standardize how we work, and it accelerates individual people's ability to grow. We actually recently took that and said, we want to share it with the world, going back to your first question. So we launched something called technology.discover.com, which is like a subset of the Technology Academy that we put out there for the world to check out, right? And that provides that kind of portal or view into all the things that we're doing around technology as well as open source.
Have you seen a shift where people who want to come to work for a company are looking or evaluating what your open source profile is like because they want to go hang with the cool kids in those projects and not just kind of work with themselves all day long? And is that part of the reason why you're here, is to say, hey, we actually do support open source in a meaningful way, and this is a place where you can come and be part of that?
That's a reality. I think, every engineer I know, at least, I don't know if I can generalize, certainly not, wants to have a great culture to go to, right? So I would argue Discover has a fantastic culture. Absolutely love it. But they also want to have satisfying work, yes, but they also want to have an outlet and a way of sharing their craft and building their craft. So if an organization doesn't have the ability for someone to go to a meetup or to participate in open source or talk about what they're doing or to learn by doing outside, then it's kind of hard to attract and retain people, right? So when folks come and see our engineering culture, our engineering talents, our kind of, we have systematic programs for how we help people do and grow in communities, that's a huge differentiator for us in Discover in terms of attracting great talent and retaining great talent.
So as you look across the people participating in the Academy, and without giving away too many trade secrets, but what are they most excited about? What's the buzz? What are they kind of looking at going, this is the next big great thing?
Yeah, the when I talk about the Academy and what we're doing, there's this concept of developer experience, okay? So people talk about how long does it take, say you're new employees, give you a laptop, hey, welcome to Discover, here's your laptop, Mike, start coding. How long does it take you to actually be picking off items in the backlog and having fun, right? Writing some code, or doing something, putting something in production, writing a test case, whatever, right? Some organizations could take 2 months, a month, a week, a couple days if you're good. How about by lunchtime, right? So by sharing the knowledge, by creating reusable code patterns and automation, all these type of things that we share and make very easy to find and manage, right? The developer experience, the experience of the people who are there is greatly improved. I think that is a very exciting point. Now there's a couple other dimensions I want to add, because it's not all about here's how we work, here's how we share, and how do I get productive, right? It's also how we innovate. So we run internal events, master classes, workshops, hackathons, hands-on keyboard events. We have a dojo that pairs with teams to help teams get better or learn from what they're doing and bring it back into the community, right? Those are the type of things. We have innovation events, intellectual property days, that kind of stuff as a part of the Academy that really start to kind of scratch that innovator's itch, because at the end of the day, we are all innovating every single day. We're continuously getting better, right? And so it's creating that space that then gives you escape velocity.
Do we have too much stuff getting in the way of the joy? Is there too much toil in the system? And whether it's the DevOps workflows in the back end, or the fact that a developer might take them, I don't know, an hour and a half to spin up a desktop environment to go work on their great idea? Do we need to really take a whole look at this thing and say, how do we put the joy back in this thing?
Yeah, well, it's funny because so there is different types of toil, right? I think we've done a pretty good job in getting better. We have a program which we called Extreme Automation, all right, where we're trying to remove all manual, like as much manual tasks that engineers had to do in order to be productive through a variety of techniques, automation, RPA, etc. That helps reduce a lot of toil, okay? But there's also other toil, right? So let's say I'm creating a Spring Boot app, right? I got my Spring Boot app, but I don't know where's the URL for my internal repository for that version of the open source package. And I got to find that magic. Where is that magic? Who do I go? I go ask somebody, ping someone, right? Well, part of that is the knowledge toil, just knowing what you don't know, right? And that's what we also address with the Academy, is these kind of common paths and patterns that people do so they can find the knowledge and get less frustration and be more productive. We're still on the journey, and I think most organizations are, but we have really made a lot of progress, right, in making that as frictionless as possible.
Are there attributes to the types of people you look for to come work at Discover? Are there things that you look for? I mean, is it all just about, whatever skills I have and certifications, or is there something intangible that you're looking for?
Yeah. Well, we have 3 Discover behaviors. And you're laughing. I absolutely love them. The first one is we get better every day. So when I look at, and it's about wanting to learn, right? It's about wanting to improve. And we tend to attract people who want to learn, who want to grow every day, no matter where you are in your career, no matter what job you've done, there's always ways of getting better, continuous improvement. So that's one attribute, I would say, that we look for. And by default, we attract people to, right? Because it's in our DNA and it's our culture. The other is around the collaborative nature. No engineer, no product team, no product family is an island, right? Yes, we can have a team that focuses on one microservice, and yes, that microservice can live on its own and change, and just as long as it has another version with the old API, you can have the new one. Yes, it seems like it's independent, but we're not independent, we're all connected, right? So the ability to succeed together, right? Understanding that is another really, really kind of keen attribute. And then I think, the third is around the focus on the customer. Right? If you want to play to win, you have to really understand who you're helping, right? And keeping that in mind. A great example is, I'm an engineer and I'm tuning some performance, stored procedure call in a database somewhere, right? Because I want to get response time under a second. I know why I need to do that. Because if I do that, I can reduce the time it takes to refer a friend, and then that person who's using can get a discount on their next thing that they're purchasing with our Discover Card, for example, right? So that obsession of understanding why you're doing something and the impact it has. Now, obviously, technical skills, technical acumen, those type of things are important. But when you look at kind of our culture and our culture fit, those elements are everywhere.
You work for one of the largest providers of IT in the world, and now you work for arguably a company that's one of the larger consumers of that.
Yes.
What do you know now that you didn't know then?
I gotta tell you, you think you know technology. Mm-hmm. You don't know technology until you actually use that technology to build something that people use every day. All right? When you're on the other end of that equation, so the list of things that I wish I knew is quite long, and I'm humble. But it's energizing. Mm-hmm. And it goes back to my thirst to learn and to grow personally, right? It allows me to really understand why it is we need to build this code container management system this way, right? These are the things that we're trying to do to help people, right? So it's that gap between using it, building applications that use it, right? And the technology itself. And in that space is very large.
Does that feedback loop get different and the conversation is different because now you're calling up some of your former employers or people that you used to partner with and go, hey, it's Angel and I got a beef.
That's right. Well, there's many ways of expressing the beef, let's say. But we covered one, which was open source technology, right? Mm-hmm. I wouldn't say it's expressing beef. It's about providing use cases, right? It's about being prescriptive on what we're doing. And that's why we joined Finos. And a lot of the technology, basically, nowadays are built on open technologies. By having that voice right into the community, bypasses vendors, right? It goes right into the code. And I got to tell you, even our vendor partners, everyone loves to hear from people building applications. They're thirsty for that knowledge, right? So having that conversation is very natural.
Yeah. So you've been around the community a long time. What's your take on where it is right now? What do you wish it was more focused on, or because it is a community and sometimes it will get attracted to certain things and other things it'll ignore. And are there something right now that you kind of look at the community and say, collectively, we should maybe thinking more about this?
Yeah. So I reflect on kind of the evolution of open source, right? There's been these moments like of I say renaissance, things that happen, and you go from the early days to when Linux started and companies using intellectual property to protect open, and that was a big moment. There were moments in between, and there was that big moment where foundations started to happen under umbrellas, right, where we could actually get away from closed open source, but to more governed open source. So the Linux Foundation and OpenJS, all these type of things that I think was another really important moment for us as a community to kind of get our heads around. I think we kind of there's two areas where I'd like to see more work and hopefully another moment. One is around the principles of open source go far beyond code. It goes. It is a way of working. It is a way of collaborating. It's a way of working that has proven to actually work out pretty well. And those behaviors translate to how an organization like ours in Discover can actually operate. And we do. We are using these principles of contribution, community, etc., in how we define how we work. And I think that, and that's an area that other companies are doing as well, right? I think, so that's kind of another moment or something that can start to happen. Now, related to that is, and we're already starting to see it in organizations like Finos, is a much stronger end user view of what's happening. So that use cases, so the customers of the technology, right, are helping kind of plot the future of where it goes or what other technologies we need.
All right, cool. Folks, you heard it there. I think what he's saying is that the open source movement is the tail and it's starting to wag the rest of the dog, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Angel, thanks for being on the show. And we'll be back in a minute. Welcome back to the Open Source Summit. We're in beautiful Vancouver as always, and we're with Wamin Chen, who is heading up a Project Kepler effort at Red Hat that's talking about energy consumption and Kubernetes clusters and the infrastructure and everything that goes with that. Wamin, welcome to the show.
Nice to see you, Mike. It's my pleasure to see you, Mike.
What is the issue that we're trying to get at here? Because in theory, I have a Kubernetes cluster and things are supposed to dynamically scale up,
right,
scale down.
Exactly.
So why am I having an energy consumption issue? What do I need to measure?
That's the magic. When you scale up something, you actually get more power. Power in terms of performance become powerful. Power also means the energy. You use more energy to speed up the power. So what we want to share with the community, with the end user, with the developers, that how much energy do you use when you scale up and down, and whether we can help you to make a better decision to scale up your cluster without using too much power. So that's the end goal. How we can make that happen? Because they use the same Kubernetes principle, observe, decide, and display the metrics so you can make a decision.
Is this going to become another metric that I'm tracking in my DevOps environment? Is that how that will play out?
Yes, that's another metrics you're going to see. So many of the Kubernetes use the same Prometheus metrics, and that's also the infrastructure we are using as well. So we created this project called Kepler. Kepler using lots of things to under the hood, collects lots of information, and translates that information into energy consumption by your workload, whether that is a container, a pod, or any other entities. And then this matrix is exported, your Prometheus will see it, and end users can use it and decide what they want to do with the metric, whether they can be using as the Kubernetes scheduler or autoscaler. And that's where we're very interested to see what kind of innovation they can use to conserve energy.
And is that also going to get connected to something that's counting carbon as well, or how does that come together?
Yeah, spot on. So carbon is in our spotlight. We want to see how we can correlate the energy with carbon. So not energy is created by the same source. So some energies are created by renewable energy, which has a lower carbon footprint, versus some created by fossil fuel with higher carbon footprint. So if you are seeing the amounts of energy used by your workloads, and you schedule that workload as a carbon-friendly area, you're going to use less carbon. So yes, to your question, we want to correlate with energy as well as carbon to give the end customers, end users, the best option to choose, rather they can run their workloads.
Historically in IT, we've been, shall we say, a little sloppy. We tend to over-provision things because, we're afraid something might crash.
Exactly.
Has that become a crutch and a bad habit?
Yeah, I believe so. It's time to make that habit, correct it. Oftentimes, the microservices can help you to reduce idle power. So meaning that if you are not using your server, you not use your infrastructure that much, they can be scaled down. The same manner we can use it for power. Even if you are using your microservice during the time of the day, we can tune the microservice using less power by using the lower CPU frequency or GPU frequency. So you can still run your workloads, get things done, but using less power. How that can be reported? This can be reported by Kepler. How can that be done? That can be done by autoscalers.
Are there other projects that are going to address other aspects of this? Because a lot of times the code that somebody wrote is also a little on the sloppy side and consuming too much energy. Can we monitor and measure that?
Yes, that's exactly we can help. So when the developers use CI/CD pipelines to release their code, they can plug in Kepler right inside of the CI/CD pipeline, so they can see what kind of power they're using. Is there any regression, or is there any green lights or red lights kind of scenario? If there's too much regression happens in the power consumption, maybe they can roll back their changes and make better decisions. So that's where Kepler can help for the developers.
This sounds like a nice to have, but is it going to become a requirement? We're seeing a lot of legislation floating around, so is this going to move past the, this is cool and interesting to the, you can't live without it?
Yeah, so as you said exactly in the rest perspective, this could come from the toy or habits it uses the side of the story to the production system. There's a supply and demand aspects in this. So that's as long as right now we are seeing more and more demand from legislative landscape requiring the company to report their carbon footprints from IT, from their supply chain, from their own operations. These requirements will be translated to supply of technologies. The software stack improvements, management stack like Kepler, this kind of technology we foresee that will happen in the next few years to help the customers to build up the better technology stacks.
Are we going to also look at this in terms of our deployment models? Because a lot of folks, they don't like to share, right? They have one application running on a cluster, and that's probably inefficient. So can we figure out which apps might lend themselves to running on a single cluster in a shared model rather than giving every application its own cluster?
Right, I think that is a very interesting use case as well. I see that has a lot of impacts. Many of the clusters, as we see, are single-purpose clusters. You just run the cluster for a single app. So how efficient it is, do you want to run in that mode? Do you want to run the shared mode? The concern can be validated by using a lot of metrics. The metrics we are providing, called Kepler, can help you to figure out from the energy perspective, what if you share the cluster to multiple applications? Would that be saving you more energy than you run the application separately in their own dedicated environment? So these kind of things can be figured out as long as we are supplying these perspectives and metrics for them to analyze. This is also good for the decision making. If they have concerns on different aspects, cost, energy, and security, we provide them the facts so they can inspect each one of them and make a better decision.
How automated will the decision get going forward? Because if I have the metrics, can't I just plug them into some automation framework and it will execute whatever policy I decide to set, and I don't have to think so hard about this?
Yeah, all the policies will be driven by the metrics, by data. So, if, for example, if my policy is to run a green cluster, so how we define green? So we can say performance per watt-wise, if you are able to, for example, a database application, if I can run my 1,000 query per 1 watt, that is called green. How can I get that numbers? Kepler can help you to get there. So these are all policy-driven deployments. How we are going to get there is by a lot of aggregation of metrics. So Kepler can plug into that picture by providing this information.
You can't walk down the street these days without somebody leaping out and telling you about their great new AI thing. So will AI get applied to this in some shape, manner, or form, and how might that look?
Yeah, absolutely spot on. So we just have this open source summit talk about AI and energy conservation. And we showed them some very interesting discoveries. We showed them that your AI environment is running idle power, regardless whether you're serving anything or not. But if you are using that idle power to do some active service, we actually can give you the response without losing a lot of power. So this is a very mind-blowing discovery. Similarly, we can help you to optimize your AI configuration. So if you are okay with your performance objective, we can tune down the GPU frequency so you can use less power while you still satisfy your workloads very much. These are the new discoveries we can share with the community, share with the operators, so they can be more greener in their operations.
And as far as I know, the bulk of those AI workloads are running on what? Kubernetes clusters, right?
I agree. So that's the beauty. So OpenAI runs thousands of Kubernetes clusters, thousands of nodes of Kubernetes clusters. They train OpenAI ChatGPT models. And they use the similar architecture to serve the models. So in that environment, Kubernetes, auto-scaling, and hopefully Kepler can help a long way to optimize the energy consumption in that environment.
A lot of workloads are running in the cloud, so will this be fed through some sort of report so I can analyze what's going on with my cloud service provider?
That's my best hope. I hope the cloud providers, they can open up their chest and help us to understand what is going on with the GPUs, with their workloads, so we can use more heuristics to fine-tune my workloads and fine-tune my infrastructure configurations, and I can save more energy for the best part of the world.
Well, if they don't share that, won't we just move our workloads to somebody who does, right?
Yes, That's then if you have competitors who are willing to do the similar things, many data centers actually can provide you some heuristics, some APIs. You can get some sense of how much energy you use. So by conscious end user, I will choose the one that provides us this information. You can fine-tune the API, fine-tune the workloads, fine-tune the infrastructure to save more energy.
We've been talking about this in the context of data centers, but Kubernetes is moving out to the network edge, and we're seeing more deployments out there. And those environments are compute sensitive, so is this going to become something that they're going to want to use out of the edge as well?
Yeah, I agree. So for one reference, we're actually working with people who are providing the 5G FlexRAN kind of service. So these are really power-hungry applications. You see this 5G RAN, they are running busy all the time. Can we do something to measure the workloads, energy consumption? So people have some ideas, what is the best configuration they can provide? Can we supply them some of the heuristics so they can fine-tune the application or configuration? So that's all the big questions we want to address. But without metrics sitting behind, the policymakers can hardly make any decisions. So that's what I see is a community-driven effort. We should work together to have the edge operators to drive up to new innovations.
We talked about regulations, and that's the stick, but there are carrots in the world. So will organizations give IT people bonuses for being more energy efficient? I mean, you know, how would this play out?
Yeah, they should. I mean, these are the people doing hard work. They're not only just saving the energy cost, they actually help us in the long run. If you look at how much energy consumed by data centers, the carbon emission is equivalent to the airline industry. So that's huge. If you are able to decrease the carbon emission, reduce the energy consumption, that's not only help the company's bottom line, it's also help the environmental sustainability for humanity in the long run. So I think the IT departments in organizations should work towards that direction, get more metrics, optimize their workloads, making decision making more intelligently, with more automations to help drive down the energy consumption, reduce the carbon footprint.
What are we going to do to get developers and IT people more conscious of energy and carbon and their role in the larger green movement?
We should work together. So not everybody knows how things can be done, and not every IT operators know how to get the information from the infrastructure. So the messaging we are coming up to the community, to the end users, is that we provide you some mechanisms you can use, very easily to use, and you can get very rich information out of it. And then it's up to you to make how things could happen, what objective you want to achieve. So that is the collaborative way we want to work with the end users, with IT operators.
All right. What do you see as the most common mistake that people are making therefore? I mean, what's that one thing you see them doing that you just shake your head and go, guys, we don't need to do that?
Yeah, so I see lots of people are using different frameworks, different tool chains to get the energy information. But I would say, make sure this methodology sitting behind the tool chains makes sense. They have scientific foundations and scientific validations behind it. Not everything works the same way, so that's why we chose to use the methodologies that's provided by scientific research community over the past decades. And that's the models we use in Kepler. So Kepler is not something invented from its own. It's actually built on top of all this scientific research. And we extend the reach of the research to the end user community so they can use it as a tool very easily in their own environment.
All right, folks, you heard it here. We can save the planet using math.
That's right.
It's a very unusual and new idea.
Yeah.
Waman, thanks for being on the show.
It's all my pleasure, Mike.
All right. Guys, that's it for today. We've been doing this all day long. We've been talking about all kinds of exciting new innovations in the open source community. We hope you'll come back and join us again tomorrow because we'll be here and we're looking forward to it. Till then, see you later.